to be? But me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to NFL free agency frenzy. We have finally gotten to the point now where we can count down to the new league year, and that's exactly what we're going to do today. I will be with you for the next 4 hours. We will count down until the new league year, and then we will talk about all of the transactions that will transpire to get teams cap compliant, and then the moves that will happen subsequently once the new league year gets underway. Today should be a very busy day. We've seen quite a few restructures already. I'm going to get you caught up to speed on all that has transpired to this point during the course of the day. A lot more things are going to happen. I expect a lot more movement today than we saw yesterday. So we are going to cover it all here on the Louie T Network. Hope your day is going excellent. Now, let's get to business. And I got to cater and pander to my Commanders fans first. Big news earlier this morning as Adam Peters strikes again. Let him whip it up, man. Whip it hard. Whip it real hard. Let him whip it up in the kitchen, man. And we talked about this yesterday, that we had a tweet from, I want to say it was Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, who said that the Commanders were still in the edge rusher market and that the name that keeps popping up, K'Lavon Chaisson. I talked about K'Lavon Chaisson. As a matter of fact, let me pull up my list of free agents from yesterday that were left, because I think you're going to see some of those names come off the board today, because not too many of them came off the board. Not many guys were signed yesterday anyway. So let's get to this list and see what we can get done really quickly. So Trey Hendrickson is off the list. We'll talk about him here in a second. We talked about him getting off. Reek Woolen is off the list. Talk about that. That happened after we got off yesterday. K'Lavon Chaisson is off. We're talking about that right now. Leo Chanel, okay, we got that right now, is off the list. Nashawn Wright is off the list. We talked about that briefly yesterday. I think everyone else is still available. There's a little bit of noise starting to populate around David Njoku's name. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. And Elton Jenkins was signed by the Browns. So list is starting to take shape. Guys are starting to come off of this list. And we will continue to keep you abreast of all the news that's going on. But K'Lavon Chaisson, we talked about this yesterday. Jeremy Fowler said that the name that kept popping up for the Commanders was K'Lavon Chaisson. And as you can see here from Ian Rappaport, this was like at 9 o'clock in the morning. Sources, Patriots edge rusher K'Lavon Chaisson is signing with the Commanders, another edge for Washington. The deal is 1 year, $12 million, and was done by David Mulugeta of Athletes First. So that's a significant deal. I think this speaks to them not wanting to worry about where the status of edge rusher Dorrance Armstrong is going into the season. I mean, he could take as much time as he needs to get ready. He's going into the last year of his deal. And I wanted to bring up my guy, I think it was Big Willie Style Rogers Jr. last night, who said that if we got K'Lavon Chaisson, it would signal that the Commanders were out of the edge rusher market in the draft. And I said, no, it doesn't. I said, what if K'Lavon Chaisson is signed to a 1-year deal? Maybe it's not a 3-year, 4-year deal like they've been handing out to everyone else. Maybe it's a 1-year prove-it deal for a guy that was a former first-round pick who's ascending, but they're not looking to lock themselves in because, again, the sole purpose of free agency, if you're a team like the Commanders trying to build your roster, the sole purpose of free agency is to prepare yourself and to put yourself in a position where you don't have to do anything in the draft. There isn't a need. We don't need to do this. We want to do this. We want to go best player available. And had they gone into the draft with no free agent acquisitions at edge rusher, then they would have felt the pressure of, we got to get somebody at edge rusher. And it would have forced them to maybe reach for a player. Now you don't have to do that. They can go in there, they can draft a running back, they can draft an edge rusher, they can draft a linebacker because of what they've done at linebacker. Leo Chanel being signed doesn't mean you can't draft Sonny Styles. Absolutely does not mean you can't draft Sonny Styles. Having 2 edge rushers now, 3 if you count, bringing back a healthy Dietrich Wise, it doesn't mean anything in terms of what you can do, because K'Lavon Chaisson and Dante Fowler Jr. Sr. come off their books next year. They're both 1 year. They're both on the last year of their deals. In the case of K'Lavon Chaisson, it's a 1 year deal. So you're going to need a new edge rusher anyway next season. And I don't even look at guys like Javonte Jean-Baptiste as options anymore. Like, we can't wait on a 7th round pick to stay healthy and then produce. It was already a tough uphill climb for a 7th round pick, let alone a guy that I didn't think was super talented to begin with, and he keeps getting injured. We can't wait on that, right? We can't talk about the depth of the position with a 7th round pick who can't stay healthy. And then all of a sudden, you can't be relying on Drizzy Drake Jackson to bounce back from a massive injury as a former 2nd round pick. We got to be prepared. And that's what you see General Manager Adam Peters doing right now, is preparing this team for next season. I told you were going to be, if you were on the fence about Adam Peters, you were going to be really, really impressed with him again. Because again, I struggle with those of you who struggle with having patience sometimes, because everything's not going to happen right as you want it, and the way you want it. But I told you this offseason, and he is far from done. He is far from finished. We haven't even touched the offensive side of the football yet. We're gonna touch a lot of places on the offensive side. I think we're gonna get us a tight end. I think we're gonna get us a receiver. We're gonna get multiple receivers, I think. They're going to get a center, I believe. I don't think the plan is to go into the season with Nick Allegretti as the starting center, but it could happen. But I don't think that's the plan. I think you're going to see the Commanders be very aggressive on the offensive side. The biggest need right now was defense. You could see defense. Let's get the defense out of the way, because we've been awful on defense each of the first 2 years of this regime. It has to change. The offense was elite the first year. The offense wasn't terrible last year. It wasn't terrible, especially the run game. We were top 5 for most of the year running the football, despite having one of the worst pass games, it felt like, in football, with some of the worst receiving cores being put on the field on a weekly basis. And yet the offense still wasn't awful, right? It wasn't awful. It was for a stretch there when you were putting guys like Robbie Chosen and Chris Moore on the field at the same time. It was rough, but I think they understood the assignment, and I don't think they're done. And I don't know if you guys have saw the rumor. Ricky Scoops talked about teams being in on David Njoku. The Commanders were one of those teams that might be in on him. I just think they should be in on the tight end position as a whole. And so I could easily see this team adding a tight end. They were in on Isaiah Likely. They probably are in on David Njoku. It signals that they want a pass-catching tight end. Ben Sinnott should be used as an H-back, not as an inline, traditional wide tight end, not as a U that you detach. He should be in the backfield. He should be motioning. He should be doing all of those things that we see guys like Kyle Juszczyk doing. That's what Ben Sinnott should be in this offense. And I think that's what he's going to be. They need a true inline wide tight end, a guy that you can detach as a U, use in the slot, split out wide. That's what they need. That is not Ben Sinnott, I don't think. So it makes sense that they went after Likely. It makes sense that they could be in on Njoku. It makes sense if they're in on Chigakonkwo or someone of that ilk, but we will see. So let's get to some of the news of the day. Let's just check first and make sure nothing new has happened. And then we'll get you caught up on all that has transpired today as we prepare for the start of the new league year. We'll count it down. Let's go through all of these different site here, and I think I'm going to add another site, another page to the mix. I think Jordan Schultz has earned his way into, because he's been on it. He's earned his way into this mix. So I'm going to add him into this mix as well. And put him up here with the big boys. Because Jordan Schultz he's been breaking some news big time. All right. So let's get you caught up. Caught up. Got you feeling it. Caught up. I don't know what it is. All right. So we'll start there with him. Let's see. See what we got here. I want to make sure. All right, good. He got it here and he got it here. Sweet. I want to get y'all some of this too. This was crazy. I woke up to this as well. So I want to get you some of this action too. So at Schefter's all over that. So we're going to go to Schefter for that. We're going to go to Jordan Schultz for that. And let's see what Ian's talking about. If Ian got anything, or if, okay, Ian got a little something on his too. So we'll go to Ian for that. Because not everybody has the same, because nobody else had the Caleb Von Chase on. Ian had that. So not everybody has all the same information on their pages. So we'll stop here with Ian and then we'll go up. All right. So I want to start with Adam Schefter, because he's got a lot of not off the field information that's pretty interesting. So I don't know if you guys caught wind of this. This from Adam Schefter this morning. NFL now exploring playing a game on Thanksgiving Eve as early as this season. This year would be Wednesday, November 25th. The NFL is such a hoe. It is such a whore. I mean, golly. They just spread their cheeks for anybody, any day of the week, anytime, any place, anywhere. It's all about money. And I don't blame them. I mean, this would be some bullshit. Thanksgiving Eve is a day for me to prepare. It's a day of cooking. It's a day of me getting my affairs in order. The last thing I need is an NFL game on distracting me from doing the things that I should be doing, getting ready for one of my favorite days of the year. So this is absolute bullshit on the part of the NFL. They can't help themselves. I don't want to be a freak. I can't help myself. They can't help themselves, right? Field Yates then responded to the tweet of Adam Schefter talking about the league exploring a game on, and I hope there's pushback about this, which there probably won't be, but it would set up, Field Yates says that it would set up a world in which we could have a 10-day stretch of Saturday full college football slate, Sunday full NFL slate, Monday Night Football, Tuesday MACtion, right? The MAC plays their games on Tuesdays. Wednesday, NFL game. Thursday, 3 NFL games. Friday, Black Friday NFL game / college football rivalry week. That usually gets the Michigan Ohio State game is the most notable game that you usually get on that Saturday. Saturday, college football rivalry week, which is that big Michigan game. I think you get Notre Dame and USC usually. All of those type games. I don't know if those two will be playing each other after what transpired last year. USC was like F Notre Dame. I don't blame them. And then Sunday, you would get a full NFL slate and then Monday Night Football. So it would set up a 10-day stretch where you would have some sort of football in some capacity, whether college or NFL, which is cool. I don't need a Wednesday NFL game. Thanks, but no thanks, NFL. Leave me to my devices. Leave me alone on Wednesday. Let me cook my food. Let me get ready to travel to my parents' house. Or I think I'll be hosting Thanksgiving this year. Let me host Thanksgiving in peace. Don't do this to me, please. They're going to do this. They're absolutely going to do this without question. Adam Schefter had this as well. Bills restructured the contract of Josh Allen, creating $12 million of 2026 salary cap space per Field Yates, which is important because, again, you're seeing teams try to become cap compliant. You also want to free up a little bit more space if you want to be a little bit more active, but mostly you're going to see teams trying to be cap compliant. Speaking of which, the Ravens have reworked the contract of Lamar Jackson. This from Aditi Kinkobwala. She also reported that the sources say the restructure of Jackson's contract creates about $40 million in cap space for the 2026 season, similar to what Mahomes and Josh Allen have done this offseason so far for their teams. And the importance of that is because and I thought about this last night. What did the Ravens do? The Ravens went out and signed Trey Hendrickson. And the prevailing thought is, we talked about this last night on the Commanders show, the Command Post, but we're going to talk about it here now. The Max Crosby, back out of the trade. They nixed the trade, did the Ravens. They just got cold feet. That's bullshit, by the way, because they knew Max Crosby had just had surgery on his meniscus. They knew what they were signing up for. That whole physical thing is some bullshit that they used to back out of the trade because Trey Hendrickson was available. And I told you, you're most likely to see a big name free agent change teams within the division. Nobody respects guys that are changing teams inside of a division more than the teams that have to play against them. I talked about that with the Amik Robertson deal here in Washington. Durante Jones saw this man twice a year for the last 2 years and grew admiration for him. You see that all the time, right? We've talked about so many guys that have ended up landing within the division around the league, right? It's like just shuffling the deck almost. You see so many free agents land inside of their own division. And Trey Hendrickson is the last guy to do that, the big name guy to do that. 4 years, $112 million. So he didn't quite get the $30 million he was looking for, but he's not that far off. 4 years, $112 million is roughly what? It's got to be what, 20? It's got to be 28 million, right? A year. He's not that far off. 28. He was looking for 30. He got 28. That's good money. I didn't think he would get that much. I thought it was going to be somewhere in the 26, 27, 27 and a half. It got to 28. Jeremy Fowler has this post. The Colts, Bills, Bucks, Commanders, and Eagles were all involved in Trey Hendrickson free agency before the All-Pro agreed to terms with the Ravens. My guess would have been, had the Ravens not become a suitor backing out of the Max Crosby, I think they backed out so they could get their 2 first-round picks back and just sign Trey Hendrickson. And just for the record, Trey Hendrickson is not better than Max Crosby. So there's that. But Colts felt like they were close at one point. Eagles got involved late. Tampa pursued, but on a short-term deal. Hendrickson wanted a long-term deal with a contender. Buffalo fit that mold. That's the team I think he was going to actually sign with, if I had to guess. I think he would have been a Buffalo Bill. But Baltimore put it over the top Tuesday night. So he is going to be a Baltimore Raven. The Baltimore Ravens are some hoes for backing out of the Max Crosby trade. And it's easy to use the physical as the reason to do it. Who's gonna be able to deny that, right? Nobody can say that they didn't find anything, or it's one of those situations where it's their word against yours. What are you gonna do, right? It's their money, it's their draft picks. They can do whatever they want. Nothing was finalized. That's some bullshit, though. It really, it truly is. Good for the Raiders too on honoring all the deals that they've already done, because they could have easily said, "No, this is a snowball effect. It's a domino effect. They screwed us. Now we got to screw a couple of y'all." And they're like, nah, we gonna keep all. What I would really like to see happen is Max Crosby stay in Vegas. I would really like to see him stay there and kick ass. I hope they have Baltimore on the schedule. That would be epic. If he gets traded, I hope wherever he gets traded to, Baltimore is on the schedule. You know, if I were the Raiders, I would purposely trade him to someone in that division if they were interested, just so he could wreak havoc against them. But I digress. Adam Schefter, Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones agreed on a 2-year contract, and we're going to talk about those numbers here in a bit. Let's see if we got any guarantees with this contract. I don't see any guarantees on anybody's site. Let's see if Ari has the guaranteed money for Trey Hendrickson. So Ari had this on Trey Hendrickson. He says, Trey Hendrickson expected a $30+ million market and never came. Then the Ravens Max Crosby situation happened and he landed $28 million with incentives to reach 30. Around the NFL, the belief is simple. If Trey got paid elsewhere on day one, Max Crosby would still be a Raven. We're still waiting to hear from Baltimore. Just wild. I think that's the case. They saw that they could get Trey Hendrickson without giving up the draft picks, because that's basically what it came down to, is they were going to be paying Max Crosby the money he was going to be paying when they didn't care about the money. The money wasn't important. It was the draft picks. They didn't want to give up 2 ones. And so instead of giving up the 2 ones for Max Crosby, they said, oh, Trey Hendrickson's still available. Let's get out of this deal and let's get Trey Hendrickson in here. We can pay him the money we were going to pay Max Crosby, a little bit less, and we don't have to give up 2 ones. Yeah, that's some bullshit. The Ravens have just become the villain of the NFL that quickly. They went from one of the most respected organizations in the league to a villain that fast. What a plot twist. What a plot twist. Because I know I feel like they some bitches for that. Straight up. That's some hoe shit they just did. Got this man Max Crosby on a plane with his feet up thinking he going to Baltimore to a contender, and you back out because you don't want to give up 2 ones. You already knew what you were signing up for. And you saw Trey Hendrickson available and said, hey, we could do that instead. Hey, give me back my picks, man. That's some real Indian giving shit. What is Indian giving? Let me not say that shit. What the hell is that? We used to say some dumb shit growing up. Let me not say that. Shout out to all my Indians out there, man. Me malo. Let's see. I still don't see any guaranteed money with this deal. I guess that'll come out down the road. But 4 years, $112 million for a guy that probably wasn't going to get that much had the Ravens not done what they done. I don't think he was going to get $28 million. I don't. And Ari doesn't seem to think he was going to get that. That market never materialized for him. Tampa Bay was trying to get him a lower deal, a lower year deal, like a 2-year deal. He wasn't interested. He got 4 years. It's really a 3-year deal. We know how these things work, but that's a lot of that's a lot of years for a guy that we're not sure how his game is going to age. We'll see. We will see. Let's get some of these smaller transactions out of the way. We talked about Kayvon Chase on 1 year, $12 million being added to that Commanders defense. Let's knock out some of these smaller deals. Okay, here it is. Ian Rappaport has the full specifics of the deal for Max for Trey Hendrickson. It's 4 years, $112 million with incentives. It could get up to 120, $60 million fully guaranteed. So, that's pretty significant. Over half of this deal is guaranteed. If it gets to 120, then half of it would be fully guaranteed, but it's at 112. So probably in that 60% range of it is fully guaranteed, similar to a Daffy Owens deal where almost 70% of that deal was fully guaranteed, which is pretty significant. This is a pretty significant amount that's fully guaranteed for him. Titans bringing back kicker Joey Sly. The Sly. He's a Sly guy. 1 year deal. He was 28 of 35 last year. Good for Joey Sly, man. Good for Joey Sly. Let's see. I think we got a couple little small minor deals to clean up before we get to the big one of Daniel Jones. So just a little nugget for the Commanders. Next Gen Stats posted this. Kayvon Chaisson and Adafi Owe totaled almost twice as many pressures in 2025 as any other player currently on the Commanders roster. Chaisson also totaled 16 pressures and 3 sacks in 4 postseason games. So, again, it just speaks to how poorly the Commanders were at getting to the quarterback last year. That is going to change this year with Kayvon Chaisson, Adafi Owe. And then you're going to see guys like Daron Payne, Payday Payne, in his contract year, step it up. Dorrance Armstrong was on a torrid pace before the injury got to him. And then Javon Kinlaw. Then you're going to see some of these guys really flourish in this scheme with all the movement and chaos they're going to create up front. Should be a lot of fun seeing this thing come together. The Ravens have agreed to terms on a deal with cornerback Chidobe Awuzie. So he's going back to Baltimore. All right. So we knocked out a couple of smaller deals. I think there are a couple more little small deals here. In division change, I told you you're more likely to see, guys stay in the division and change teams. Former Dolphins linebacker KJ Britt is signing a 1 year with the Patriots. We've already seen the Patriots snag away a couple of teams in the division's players. They took the Bills fullback. Packers edge Brenton Cox Jr. is signing a 1 year deal with Green Bay. Makes sense. He goes back to the Packers there. Former Eagles edge Joshua Uche is signing a 1 year deal with the Dolphins. Former Dolphins and Cardinals linebacker Channing Tindall is signing a 1 year deal with the Falcons. And I think we've cleaned up all the small minor deals there. All right, let's get to some big boy deals here. Daniel Jones. Remember, he was slapped with the transition tag. It was all in hopes of getting a longer term deal done, and they finally did. The Colts and quarterback Daniel Jones have agreed to a 2 year, $88 million deal that could be worth up to $100 million. Multiple sources tell Jordan Schultz. He gets 50 in the first year, and it's the largest 2 year contract in NFL history. Both sides wanted to get this done, and it officially makes Daniel Jones a Indianapolis Colts for the foreseeable future. More contract details from Schultz. Daniel Jones will earn $50 million in 2026 before incentives, a $12.2 million increase from the transition tag he would have had otherwise played on, and he'll get $38 million in 2027 before incentives, with $10 million guaranteed. So this thing could get up to $100 million. And the beauty of this is Daniel Jones, he's on, what I think it's starting to show me? It pays to be a middling, a slightly above average quarterback in this league. That shit pays, right? It doesn't pay to be an elite quarterback unless you're one of the best, right? I shouldn't say that. It doesn't pay to be a really good quarterback. You either need to be elite because you're going to get the elite contract and you're going to get off the field endorsements, right? So you're going to get to eat out of two different lines, right? Or you need to be mediocre at best, right? Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones. Kirk Cousins has made probably the most money of any NFL quarterback. Just strictly money. Forget about off the field, just strictly money. Daniel Jones, you know what this deal is going to allow Daniel Jones to do? He's going to come back to the table in 2 more years and get another one of these. All he has to do is just play solid football. That last year before the deal expires, kill it. And he'll be back at the table again. This shit is amazing. Unbelievable. Unreal. Unbelievable. All right. So The Jets are signing kicker Cade York to a 1-year deal. Good luck with that. We've been down that road before. Glad we're not going down that road again. Colts are also signing former Jets defensive lineman Michael Clemens to a $17.5 million contract. So they're adding another defender there. All right. And so Ari's all over it. He's got Daniel Jones career contracts, Giants rookie contract, 4 years, $25.7 million. Giants extension, 4 years, $160 million. When we all knew he did not deserve $160 million from the Giants. Then Colts extension, 2 years, $88 million, could be up to $100 million. And he's going to eat again in 2 years. He's going to eat again. Matter of fact, he might be back at the table next year. Because he's going to get $50 million this year. And then if he plays really well, they may extend him after this year. Because they don't want to go through this tag shit again. So, golly. Good for him. Good for him. Good for him. All right, so we are all caught up on all the happenings of the day thus far. Let me just refresh everyone. I think everyone is pretty much up on the Michael Clemens. I think that's where everyone is right now on their respective pages. So I think we're all caught up on where we are right now. We've gotten to both of the teams with elite quarterbacks doing restructures. Former Bears defensive lineman Chris Williams, 1-year deal, $2 million with the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons doing a lot of little small deals. So they do another one of those. That per Schefter. And so let's get to the comment section. I think we're all caught up now on all the happenings of the day. So now we can get to the comment section. All right. You know what? My apologies. How's everybody doing out there, man? I just jumped right in. I woke up to all of this movement and all of the restructures and the Trey Hendrickson deal and the Kayvon Chason, 1-year deal. And so I wanted to jump in and just start talking. We are an hour and 25 minutes away from the start of the new league year. We will count down the new league year because I expect a lot to transpire once 4 o'clock officially hits and certain things start to fall into place. So how's everybody doing, man? I hope everyone's doing well. I hope the day is treating you well. And let's get it, man. Let's get after it. Let's get after it. So Rush is variety. B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, "What's up, Lou? Been too long." It's all good, man. Good to hear from you as always, Rush. Out of the top 7, who would you prefer to pick? I'm 100% love if available, but if not, the defensive options will be good. The beauty of what the Commanders have done to this point. And we had a very extensive conversation about another guy that we haven't talked about a lot because most people don't think he's in the top 10 discussion. Bullshiggity. Especially if they strike out on all of these tight ends, right? They don't get David Njoku if they don't love Chigakonkwo or he ends up signing somewhere else and they're kind of sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Don't count Kenyon Sadiq out of the conversation at 7, right? Do not count him out either. That feels like more of a trade back scenario, but again, get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. We talked extensively about Kenyon Sadiq last night. That's another freaky athlete that's another guy that is something that nobody else in the league has. No other team in the league has a 4.3 40 tight end. There are several 4.4 40 tight ends in the league. There aren't any 4.3 40 tight ends in the league. So similar to Jeremiah Love, you'd be adding something that very few, if any, have in the league. And that's what I'm on. That's the type of time that I want to be on, having some elite shit that nobody else can say that they have. So don't discount Kenyon Sadiq. He would also be in the mix, I think. As we get deeper into this process, I think that's a name that's going to start cropping up and gaining some steam as a potential top 10 pick. I know he doesn't have the 6'4", 6'5" build that teams traditionally look for, but athleticism is athleticism, and speed is speed, and speed kills. And at a position that I've talked about as the new mismatch nightmare position in the NFL, I'd find it hard to believe that some team isn't going to jump all over the opportunity to draft Kenyon Sadiq in the top 10 of this draft. I just think that kind of elite talent is hard to pass up on. The pick for me is right there with you. I'm 100% Jeremiah Love, because I assume that the guys like David Bailey, who I still would take, should he be available at 7, even though we've done good work on the edge, I take David Bailey in a heartbeat. You can never have enough edge rushers. And again, as I said last night to Big Willie style Rogers Jr., I said that there's a chance K'Lavon Chaisson, if we were to sign him at that time, we didn't know. Now we know he's going to be a Commander this year. Shout out to Adam Peters for getting it in. Chef P, he's back to being Chef P. He cooking it up in the kitchen right now, man. Somebody said he was using a slow cooker. He was using that crock pot, baby, yesterday. He was letting it slow cook yesterday. Yeah. 1-year deal for him. Dorrance Armstrong won't be here after next year, more likely than not, coming off of an injury. I can't imagine he's going to be dynamic and explosive this year. Not that he ever really truly was, but he was getting into his bag last year before the injury. You're going to have a need for an edge rusher next offseason again. So why not draft an edge rusher right now if one presents itself to you at 7? So we're not out of any business. We're not out of the edge rusher business. We're not out of the linebacker business. If Sonny Styles is available, he could be the pick. You're not out of the Arvell Reese freaky athlete, conversation. If he somehow is available at 7, you're not out of the Jeremiah Love conversation, even though they've done nothing at running back right now, which suggests that they would be all in on a Jeremiah Love. I still think you're going to see Rachaad White signed here. I'm adamant about that. And I think that's going to happen as early as today, but as late as Friday this week. I think that's a this week, phase 1 of free agency type of sign. That is not a phase 2 signing, Rachaad White. That gets done this week. I think it gets done today, but we will see. But Jeremiah Love is on the table. And, I think Kenyon Sadiq is a name that should be mentioned when you talk about the Commanders, especially if you don't get a free agent tight end. If you get a David Njoku and you sign him to a 3-year deal, if you get a Chigakonkwo and you sign him to a 3-year deal, then I think that takes them out of the tight end market. There's only room for one tight end on this team, right, in terms of a roster spot. They've got 3 tight ends that aren't going anywhere. Ben Sinnott, Colson Yankoff, and John Bates, right? They got 3 guys, I think, positioned on this roster that aren't going anywhere. They're looking to add one more, a pass-catching tight end. So if they add that via free agency, and now again, and I'm assuming if Njoku's got suitors, he's in the market for a multi-year deal. So this isn't going to be a K'Lavon Chaisson situation where you can get him on a 1-year, $12 million deal. If you got multiple teams bidding on your services, that means you can dictate the terms. If somebody's offering you 1 year and you want 2 years, that 1-year team is out. If you are being offered 2 years and you want 3 years, then those teams offering 2 years and you got somebody with 3 on the books, you can remove those teams from the equation and try to up the money. So we'll see what they end up doing at tight end. If they do nothing, I think you have to add Kenyon Sadiq into the conversation. And then obviously they have done nothing at safety. I think a lot of people are panicking about the safety position because no one wants to see a combination of Jartavius Martin and Will Harris as your starting 2 safeties yet again. I don't think we want to rewind and rewatch that movie. We've seen it already, and we don't want to see the sequel, right? We didn't enjoy the first one. We don't want to watch the sequel, right? So if they do nothing at safety, it could also scream Caleb Downs. I think all of those players should be in the mix at 7. We're in a really good spot. I've said this last night, and I think I've said it before, but I know I said it last night for sure. 7 isn't a bad spot to be in. You could have been in a better spot at 5 or 4 had you not beat the Eagles in Week 18, but you're not in a terrible spot at 7. Someone is going to be there that you're going to love, that's going to help this team, that has blue chip talent, that we will be in a position to select. You will have multiple options. And don't forget Ruben Bain. I always kind of gloss over him. I need to watch his film so I can be more comfortable with who he is as a football player. He might be also in the mix as well. Don't rule him out. But I'm all in on Jeremiah Love. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. Because I don't think any of the edge rushers, those are the only guys that top Jeremiah Love for me, the edge rushers. C. Rob for President TV. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. C. Rob writes, quote the Ravens, never mind. Good one, C. Rob. Good one. Good one. I might have to steal that one from you. Quote the Ravens, never mind. Good one. Good one. Cheers. Cheers to you on that one. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. That is really, really good. That's clever. Good one, C-Rob. You get my vote, C-Rob, for President TV. You get my vote after that one. You got my vote. All right. So Kevin Byard back in, back with his old head coach, Mike Vrabel, as he signs a 1-year, $9 million deal to become a New England Patriot. That's a pretty good signing for the Patriots. They're going to lose their starting safety, Jalen Hawkins, to free agency. And so they're going to replace him with Kevin Byard. It's going to buy them some time to find another young guy because they hit it with the Goodson kid last year. They hit it big out of the park. So they're going to probably draft another. And this is a great draft to be looking for a safety. They're probably going to draft one and allow that guy to develop while Kevin Byard holds it down for a year. So you see what the Patriots are on. Really good signing there. So Kevin Byard, who was on my list. So now let's take Kevin Byard off the list because he was a name on the list of free agents. He was the 15th best free agent left. He is no longer available. Let's see who else today. I think we're going to, like I said, we're going to see a lot more movement than we did yesterday. So Patriots ink a 1-year, $9 million deal with Kevin Byard. He is now a Patriot. All right. See if anything else is transpired. Let's run through these. Okay, nothing there. And if there's nothing here on Ian Rappaport's, yep, he's got the same thing with, he's got the same thing. So Kevin Byard to the Patriots. Let's get back to the comment section. Hunter Hodovic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Hunter Hodovic writes, sup, T? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, man. We'll count that thing down and have a blast with it. He says, current wish list, Brisker, Cross, Chig, Njoku, Jennings, and Debo. We get 1 or 2 of these guys, and I'll be happy. White and Ayuk already feel like locks. Have a good day, y'all. Yeah, I agree with White and Ayuk feeling like locks here. Former Jaden teammates, former ASU guys that want to be here. That's the thing that makes you feel like those guys are locks. They want to be here. Like they're going out of their way to make a beeline to Washington, which is why I think Washington is dragging their feet on Rachaad White because they know they got him in their back pocket. But Ayuk still hasn't been officially released. So we're waiting on that. But of that list you put together, Brisker, Nick Cross, the safety out of Indy, Chigakonkwo, tight end out of Indy, out of Tennessee, and David Njoku, tight end out of Cleveland, and Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel. I think Chig is the one that I want the most. I wouldn't mind a Nick Cross, but I'm good if they don't do Nick Cross at safety, but I wouldn't be opposed to Nick Cross at the safety position. But Jennings and Deebo, I'm good, honestly. Because, again, if you're getting Ayuk, you're going to need some speed. That's been my whole again, if someone were to tell me that you would be able to if someone were able to tell me that all of a sudden Jalen Lane is able to stretch teams vertically with that 4.2 speed, or the 4.34 speed he had at the combine, then I'll go, okay, you can sign Ayuk and you can sign Jennings. I'd be cool with that. Or for the bring Deebo back crowd, I would be open to that because you got another guy that can stretch the field. But we just didn't see that from Luke McCaffrey or from Jalen Lane last year. I don't think you have another guy on the roster that can stretch the field vertically. Hence, you need to go get that guy, right? And you could theoretically draft a guy to do that. But again, if you do that, then you aren't going to sign another receiver after Ayuk. Because again, I don't think the number on the roster at receiver is 7. It's not 7. It's 6. That's the perfect number. And we already have 5 receivers if you count Brandon Ayuk. So if you're going to draft a guy for speed, he'd be your 6. Because you're not cutting a draft pick. You're not cutting any of the draft picks from Adam Peters' first 2 drafts, right? You're not cutting Luke McCaffrey. You're not cutting Jalen Lane, of course. They're not getting rid of Treylon Burks. He's making this team, okay? He's not going anywhere. Even though the money that he signed for doesn't suggest he has to be here, he's not going anywhere, okay? He's going to be on this roster, barring some sort of catastrophe. We're not going to put that out in the atmosphere, but he's not going anywhere. And we know Terry's going to be here. So 6 is the number. So for me, either you're bringing in a veteran with some speed, with some wheels, or you're going to draft one. But you can't add 2 more guys that can't run. You limit what this offense can be if you don't bring in another guy with speed. This offense, when it was at its best, was fully unlocked when De'Ami Brown was able to vertically stretch the field opposite of Terry McLaurin. That's what we need if we want to truly unlock this offense. That and a tight end, that can get vertical. That always helps too. Because a tight end that can get vertical can do the same thing as a receiver that can get vertical. A tight end that can get vertical is a little bit even more dangerous sometimes because he's stretching the middle of the football field, right? He's stretching the middle of the football field. So that threatens if teams, and we're seeing a lot of cover 4 now, right? A lot of these shell defense where you've got the middle of the field open. So a dynamic tight end would help you in a situation like that. You get cover 2, you get cover 4, you get something middle of the field open. Tight end can exploit that. You get cover 3, middle of the field closed. Now you put that safety in the middle of the field in conflict, which is what teams try to do on offense. You try to put defenders in conflict. So in order to put a defender in conflict, you need to have to make him make a choice, make a decision. You need to have speed to be able to do that if you want to do it vertically. So Chig, I think Njoku can still run. I just always have issues with him staying healthy. It feels like he's always hurt. So we'll see. Happy New Year's to you, Hunter Hodovic. Art by Rapid. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Art by Rapid writes, I really like Kobe Durant to pair with Amik. So what are we trying to fill? The shortest cornerback room in the NFL's history? No, we can't do. I would have loved Kobe Durant before Amik Robertson. You can't do Kobe Durant, Amik Robertson, and Mikey Samer still. What are we trying to do? The under 5'10, 5'11 cornerback team? Like, no. Oh, no. We can't do another short corner. I love, but I do love Kobe Durant. And he is a guy that does offer you versatility. And if you are going to do the whole Jonathan Jones thing, because he's short too, if you're going to do that thing, you might as well do Kobe Durant, which I would be a huge fan of Kobe Durant. But I would like a guy that's at least 6 feet tall. I mean, how many of these shorter corners are you going to? Kobe Durant's like 5'10, 5'11 max. Like, how many of these shorter corners are you going to do? The Rams thought so highly of Kobe Durant that they went out and got both Kansas City Chiefs corners. So they said, to hell with these shorter corners. Let us go get some guys that can hoop. But I'm a Kobe Durant fan too. So I'm a Kobe Durant fan as well. You see, he's on my list, right? So Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Derek B writes, relying on crash out BA is crazy. Need a backup plan. I think Treylon Burks is your backup plan. I think he is your backup plan. That's why I think they were in on Dubs, because if Romeo Dubs was here, and let's remember, Ayuk is probably going to sign a 1-year deal. All right. I resent the Brandon Ayuk crash out statement because he's only been a crash out when he's trying to get out of San Francisco. That's the only time he's been a crash out. He's been a model citizen every time else. But I get it. He earned that title, and until he gets here and conducts himself as a model citizen, he's going to have to live that title down, right? Relying on him is crazy because we haven't seen him play football in almost 2 years. So I also understand that. But at the end of the day, Treylon Burks is your safety blanket there, and then you still need some vertical speed, which is why I wanted a Rashid Shaheed type, a guy that could still be a reliable option should anything happen to Brandon Ayuk, still be a guy you could throw the football to and can stretch the football field vertically. I didn't like Tyquan Thornton is cool because he can stretch it vertically, but he's not going to be like the kind of receiver that can do everything. So you want a guy that can do some of everything. But at this point, you're probably not going to find that on the free agent market, which means they might have to draft a young guy. Who knows? We'll see. I think Treylon Burks right now is your backup plan. It's, again, not for a lack of trying on Adam Peters' part. He tried to get Romeo Dubs. You heard what he said. Romeo Dubs wanted to go to a Super Bowl contending team. That's what he said. His words, not ours. So it's not like Adam Peters didn't try to get a backup plan. It's not like he didn't try. Adam has been extremely aggressive this free agency period. He just hasn't always been able to close the deal, which, again, control the controllables. He can't control what that person decides to do. He can only present that guy with an offer that will, give him a chance to change his life. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. That guy still has to make a decision. All right. Nothing there. Let's see if anything else has transpired. All right. Dolphins are signing veteran defensive back Lonnie Johnson to a 1-year deal. All right. That per Jordan Schultz. So we're seeing a lot of small in between the margin deals right now. Okay. Aaron Jones restructured his deal with the Vikings for $5.6 million, including $5 million guaranteed. So he's going to stay. Remember, we heard about him and the defensive tackle Javon Hargrave going to be released. And Aaron Jones is restructuring his deal for the Vikings, which sounds like he's going to stay. Interesting. I just assumed he would be a free agent and a veteran that would be out on the market. But it looks like he may be staying in Minnesota, restructuring his deal, because the Vikings, which we talked about them potentially having to trade, Jonathan Grenard, or maybe even having to release him if the situation got to an extreme point heading into this 4 o'clock hour. But it looks like they're trying to get their affairs in order to get cap compliant. And I never want to be in this position right here. You see this shit, having to all these teams restructuring. And again, the restructuring of a quarterback's deal is something that you probably have to do when you have an elite quarterback. You got a top 5 quarterback. You're more likely than not going to have to restructure that guy's deal because he's making so much money and the base is so ridiculously high. You're going to have to restructure, give him some upfront money, convert into bonuses so that it brings the cap number down. That's understandable, right? But Aaron Jones restructuring his deal so you can free up $5.6 million because you're hurting that much cap-wise, that shit, I never want to be there. I can't speak for you guys. I never want to be in a position where you're penny pinching so badly that you got to start restructuring running back deals and getting, $5.6 million from a guy, right? Because you're hurting that bad. Like, I don't think Adam Peters is ever going to let us get to a position where we're there. And that's why I love Adam Peters, because he's so fiscally responsible while being aggressive at the same time. Some of you want to throw money at these free agents and throw caution to the wind, and you don't give a shit about the ramifications of what this could do to the cap 2-3 years down the road. All that shit should be in the forefront of your mind when you're offering these free agents money. But I digress. Don't get me on my soapbox. So Aaron Jones is absolutely going to be back in Minnesota after he does that. I just thought that's odd. I thought he was all but gone. So he'll be back for a 3rd season in Minnesota. And he didn't want to leave. You get to 31 years of age and shit gets a little dark and bleak and spooky out there in these streets. You see 31 years old and you see that attached to a running back and teams get a little bit scared. So I'm much rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. I'll restructure whatever you need me to do. Because again, they went to him and they said, will you restructure? And you know how this works. If I ask you to restructure, that means I'm willing to cut you if you say no, right? You know what that means. So he had to make a decision, and he made the decision that would allow him to keep himself at a place that he's familiar with. And keep him, more importantly, keep him off of these streets, because it's not safe out here for a 31-year-old veteran running back. So, all right. Let's get back to the comment section. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. This is now officially 3 o'clock. We are 1 hour away from the start of the new league year. Everybody get your affairs in order. The new league year is almost upon us. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Wilfredo writes, at work, gonna have to toast my water mug. Happy New Year, #mob. Happy New Year to you, my guy. Happy New Year to you. I'm drinking tea, so we can toast together. All right. Are nice. Thank you for being a member for 21 months. Who writes, hey, are we really relying on our wide receiver room on Ayuk? No, I don't think you can say that they're relying heavily, solely on him. I told you there's one more spot after you signed Ayuk. That could be Jennings. Again, they could sign Juwan Jennings. They could bring back Deebo Samuel. And I wouldn't be opposed to it. Again, my biggest concern if you do that is where is the speed opposite of Terry coming from? I understand there's consternation about relying on Brandon Ayuk. You should have a little bit of angst. He's coming off of a major injury. He hasn't played football in almost 2 years. When he was playing prior to the injury, he wasn't playing very well. I think some of that was the whole we've seen the ramifications of a guy, holding out, not playing, not practicing in the summertime. We've seen the ramifications of that. It never goes well. Guys never have the seasons that they normally. Jamar Chase had a slow start to the year that he held out looking for his new deal that he thought he was going to get, that he did not get from Cincinnati that year. He got off to a really slow start. Remember, they lost to the Patriots that year. The Patriots won 1 or 2 games, and they won in Cincinnati in week 1 because Jamar Chase didn't know if he was going to play. Yeah, right. Up until that week's game in week 1, and he was awful to start that season. Him and Joe Burrow were not on the same page, and shit just went downhill. Burrow gets hurt, and the rest is history there. We've seen how that movie ends. We saw what happened with Terry, right? We saw what happened to Brandon Ayuk when he held out. Like, it never ends well when you don't play the entire offseason, you don't practice. It affects you, right? So I understand why you guys have a little bit of, angst when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, but I think he's going to be fine here. But you still have to add another receiver after you add Ayuk. And that's why I think it's important that you add a tight end too. Because even if you don't love what's behind Ayuk, if you have a really good pass-catching tight end, we've seen this offense stay afloat with Terry and Zach Ertz, right? Now, if you add a dynamic running back to this mix, you can get by with Terry, a tight end, the run game, and then just having other guys fill in here and there. We've seen that model work here. Even if Brandon Ayuk is, something is somewhat compromised or isn't producing at the level, and you can still get by if you have at least 2 options to get the football to, and everybody else can fill in the gaps. Jalen Lane and Treylon Burks and Luke McCaffrey can fill in the gaps. Ben Sinnott can catch a pass here and there. John Bates can catch a pass here and there. Your running backs can be a part of the pass game as well, and they can catch the football out of the backfield. So, again, we saw Eckler be a huge part of the pass game in that first year. If you sign Rachaad White, he's going to be a huge part of the pass game. If you draft Jeremiah Love, he's going to be a huge part of the pass game. You can work your way around not having a dynamic number 2 receiver. If you have a tight end, you have running backs that can catch the football, or at least one that you can throw it to. You can stay on schedule. You can keep your offense flowing if you have other guys that can step up. So I get it. But there's ways to circumvent that. I think the one thing that you can't be without is speed. Because if you want to maximize the offense, like I said, this offense was really good in 2024. And it was really good early. It was clicking when you had Austin Eckler catching it out of the backfield, Zach Ertz catching it, and then you had Terry, right? And you had Noah Brown contributing. That's when it was at its peak of its superpowers in 2024 initially. Then Eckler got hurt, Noah Brown got hurt, and we had to figure out, all right, we don't have a number 2 receiver, and you just were relying on Ertz and Terry at that point. We had to figure out how can we reconfigure this offense and still be productive. And it wasn't until De'Ami Brown stepped up and gave us speed opposite of Terry that we were able to re-unlock the offense. That's why I feel like it's important that you get speed, not necessarily a Jawan Jennings or someone of that ilk. I think it's necessary that you get speed. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's check and see. Now that we've passed the 3 o'clock hour, you know how I feel about news coming out. Usually you get to the top of the hour. All right, Commanders are signing former Titans tight end Chig Okonkwo. There it is. Cha-ching. He did it again. Adam Peters strikes again. Bop, 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 bop. We got our boy. Bring him home. Bring that demon home, man. Chig Okonkwo is a Commander according to Ari Meroff. So now you're starting to see the pieces of this puzzle starting to fit into place. All right. Chiggy. Let's get jiggy with Chiggy, baby. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. Let's go. So I expect the offensive fireworks to start today. Chig Okonkwo, Rachaad White. Hopefully Brandon Ayuk finally gets released. All right. Getting chiggy with it. All right. We'll wait to see what that money looks like and the length of that deal looks like. My guess, it's another 3-year deal. He's a young guy too. Let me see how old Chiggy is. I think he was one of those guys that was like 25 point something, maybe 26 point something. Let's see where Chiggy is. 26.4. So he's young. That warrants a 3-year deal, if you ask me. So my guess is it'll be a 3-year. I'm trying to think about what we've seen from some of these tight ends money-wise. We've seen likely get 40, right? He's not getting that. So 3 years. I think it's going to be somewhere in that 27 to 33 range, somewhere in there. I can see 3 years, 30. I can see 3 years, 27. That's 9. And I can see 3 years, 33. I can't see any more than 33. So 11 per, right? I can't see anything more than that. Former Patriots safety. I told y'all they were going to lose Jalen Hawkins, right? He's now going to be a Baltimore Raven. So that's why they had to go sign Kevin Byard, because they knew they were going to lose Jalen Hawkins in free agency. So that's a really good safety too, Jalen Hawkins. He played really, really well for the Patriots. So he's going to become a Baltimore Raven now. Commanders land the top tight end available as Chig Okonkwo gets 3-year deal. Getting chiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. All right. We know Chig was on my list of free agents left. So let's get Chig off the list. Chig was my number 10 player available. He is now a Commander. So of my top 10 free agents left, we can change this to day 3 now. Of my top 10, the Commanders have inked a deal with 2 out of the top 10 guys. And they tried to get Romeo Doubs, which would have made a 3rd. So, and they were in on Trey Hendrickson as well, if you believe that. So, and they got Leo Chenal, who's number 12. So 3 out of the top 12 they've inked deals with. Getting chiggy with it. It's 3 years. I told you it would be a 3-year deal. Now we're just waiting on the numbers for that 3-year deal for the Commanders. Newest addition, Chig Okonkwo. So my guess, I already told you, I thought it was going to be 3 years because he's only 26 years old. Damn, this offense is about to be nasty. Hell yeah. Hell yes. 9 to 11. I'm going to split the difference. 3 years, $30 million. I'm going to split the difference. It could be anywhere from 27 to 33. I'm going to split the difference. Say 3 years, 30, 20 of it guaranteed. We always got some funky numbers. So it'll be 30.75 with 20.25 guaranteed or some shit like that. All right. So Commanders getting it percolating early on day 3 or day 1, if you want to be technical, as the new league year will start, the free agency period officially. So Let's get back to the comment section. Smacky, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Smacky writes, with the way we have handled free agency, are we now in a position not to reach for anything in the draft? Trading back to get more picks will further flip this roster. We can go from oldest to youngest. I don't see it as a way to trade back. Again, we need elite prospects. Too many people are interested in the quantity over quality methodology. I don't subscribe to that theory, by the way. Would I love a second-round pick? Absolutely. You know what I love more? Having Laramie Tunsil as our left tackle. So that second-round pick can kick rocks, okay? I'm okay. What I don't want to do, I can't stress this enough. We earned the right to draft a blue-chip player. We sucked ass last season. We suffered through a month of getting our backs kicked in and losing by 3 touchdowns or more every single week. I don't want to trade back to pick up more picks so that I can get 2 solid football players. I did not suffer through 2025. I did not lose 4 games by 3 touchdowns or more in a row. I did not watch Marcus Mariota and Josh Johnson play football last year on a weekly basis so that I could trade back and get 2 solid players when we could get an elite player. And I'm not fussing at you. I'm just passionate because we earned a blue chipper, damn it. We earned the right to draft a blue chip player, and anything else will be uncivilized. We already flipping this roster without trading back. We already flipping this roster from oldest to youngest. Chiggy is 26. We went from Zach Ertz, one of the oldest tight ends in the league, to one of the younger tight ends in Chigakonkwo without having a draft pick, of course. We're flipping this thing already. We went from one of the oldest linebackers in the league in Bobby Wagner to one of the youngest coming into free agency in Leo Chenal, who's 25 years old. We're already, flipping this roster from oldest to youngest. We don't need to trade back to do that, if that makes sense. All right. Daniel Pitts. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Daniel Pitts writes, I'd take Reek Hill on a cheap deal. That's a name that I think could easily pop up. He's not a phase 1 or phase 2 of free agency. He's a guy that you get to July and August. I think that's when he starts to come into play. I don't think he's healthy right now. And I'm not sure if the Dolphins have officially released him or not. Maybe that happens today, but we'll see. Like, his name just doesn't feel like it's one that is circulating right now. But eventually his market will heat up. I don't know if that's right now, though. I don't know if that's right now. But who wouldn't? I would sign up for Reek Hill on a 1-year deal. I think all of us would. If he's completely healthy. JD Sports Talk. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JD Sports Talk says, Louie, you said something relevant about Washington knows Downs will be there. So what's your top 7 mock, and what's your hope for Amos in year 2? I don't have a mock draft in me yet. I haven't watched the film. I haven't placed players. Here's the thing with mock drafts. I do think the easiest positions to identify where guys are going to land is in the top 10. After that, it's a crapshoot. You have no idea what teams are going to do. But we know all I can tell you right now is, 1, the Raiders are going to take Fernando Mendoza. That's all I can tell you. After that, we don't know what the hell anybody's going to do. We don't know where these teams stand on Ruben Bain. We don't know where these teams stand on Jeremiah Love. We knew the Jets aren't taking Jeremiah Love, right? We know the Browns aren't taking Jeremiah Love. You can start to do deductive reasoning. We don't know. The Ravens could take Jeremiah. I mean, the Giants could take Jeremiah Love. Yeah, they got what's the crazy white boy name? I forget his name. Yeah, he's cool. He's coming off of a major injury, and he's a really solid running back. But that doesn't preclude you from drafting Jeremiah Love at all. And with the moves that they've made, they got a ton of edge rushers. They've spent money on safeties and draft picks on safeties. They may not love them, but who's to say that this new group comes in and they don't think that they can get something out of these guys? They've spent on a tight end. They already had a tight end, so they don't need one of those. You know, you look at their receiver position, you feel like they got to do something there. They really don't have anything at receiver. So that feels like a position they could draft with their first round pick. But they could also go running back. You want to help a young quarterback. The best way to do that is a run game. Harbaugh loves running the football. Again, you can never rule any of this out. So I don't have a mock for you. I can tell you that of all of the prospects, safety is a devalued position. Again, when's the last time we saw, and I think I asked you guys this question, when's the last time we saw a safety go top 5? Like, safeties don't go top 5. And then to make matters worse, like Caleb Downs' measurables and his athleticism isn't elite. He's not 6'2", he's not 6'3", he's not this rangy, twitchy, he's not what we saw out of Nick Manowari. And Nick Manowari ended up being a second-round pick. He's not that. I can't imagine him going top 5. He will be there at 7. Of all of the guys, it feels like he's a lock to be there at 7. He's almost becoming an afterthought. And all I heard all season was Caleb Downs, Caleb Downs, Caleb Downs, Caleb Downs. Now we don't hear his name at all. He'll be there. I can say that much. He'll be there. Ragnarok. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ragnarok writes, Louie, first thing, my guy, Bradley Chubb is no wide receiver. Do I have him listed as a receiver? Let me check and see. I probably do. I was rushing. Still no excuse. Yeah, Bradley Chubb is not a receiver. Thank you for that. Let me get him situated. Thanks. And it was like that for all of yesterday and all of today too. I appreciate that. How you feel about his second thing? How do you feel about Goddard? Seems like an ideal replacement for Ertz. No, I don't want old for old. He can block and he gets open. I'm cool. And he gets hurt too. That's why the Eagles aren't interested in bringing him back. Let the Eagles go get David Njoku. Replace a really good pass-catching, athletic tight end that gets injured for another really good pass-catching, athletic tight end that gets hurt. Let the Eagles get David Njoku. I wanted Chig Okonkwo. That was the guy I wanted. Getting Chiggy with it. Ah! Hell yeah! Adam Peters? Y'all was throwing dirt on my general manager's name. The nerve of some of y'all. I already told you this man was going to restore the faith. Do you want a revolution? Do you want a revolution? Come on. R Nice. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. R Nice 2020. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Right. That signing puts a smile on my face. Let's go. It put a smile on all of our faces. Put a smile on all of our faces. Put a smile on your face. Put a smile on y'all face, man. AP getting it in. Here's another retraction. I need all of the retractions. I need all of them. Just like I need all the love, I need all the retractions. All right? I seem to be getting them on a daily now. The Dubs family, this is another retraction. I love it. Keep them coming. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Dubs family writes, I guess AP is a real AP. G-Shock no more. Thank you. Keep the retractions coming. All right? Keep them coming. AP appreciates them. I'll make sure that he gets these. Because he heard all of your shit. He heard your jokes. Okay? He heard your jokes. He heard your shit. All right? He was working. He was working the whole time. Let's check and see what else is going down. I want to see what this money looks like. That news is going to come out here shortly. 3 years, 27. I told you it would be somewhere in that 27 to 33 range. Didn't I tell you? 9, 10, or 11 a year. I said I was going to split the difference. I went with 30. Ended up being 27. That's a good deal. Because all you have to do is base it off of the guy that was at the top of the market, which was Isaiah Likely. It was 3 for 40. He's not going to be anywhere close to that because he's not Isaiah Likely. All right. But 3 for 27. And these are good. Oh, shit. We signed Nick Cross as well. So the Commanders have signed Nick Cross, 2 years, $14 million. Cha-ching! We just talked about Nick Cross. So maybe, just maybe, fresh eyes. Maybe fresh eyes doesn't exist anymore. I love it. So Nick Cross comes in 2 years, up to $14 million. So that means it might be 2 years, $12 million, 2 years, $10 million, 2 years, $11 million, can get up to $14 million. So Nick Cross also in the mix for the Commanders, 2 years, up to $14 million. So this is what the Commanders have done thus far. Adafi Owe, 4 years, $96 million. Okay, can get up to $100 million. Kaylavon Chason, 1 year, $12 million. Chiga Okonkwo, 3 years, $27 million. Leo Chanel, 3 years, $24.75 million. Nick Cross, safety Nick Cross, 2 years, up to $14 million. Defensive tackle Tim Settle, 3 years, $24 million. And cornerback Amik Robertson, 2 years, $15 million. Can get up to 16. So we busy, man. We busy revamping this roster. Y'all better put some respect on my GM's name, man. Put you in 8 headlocks. All right, let's move around. Let's jump around. Jump up, and get down. Let's move around to these other pages and see if anything else. So Nick Cross, 5 interceptions, 322 tackles, and 13 TFLs during his time in Indy. And he's another young one. Nick Cross, if I'm not mistaken, is 24 years old. I told you, we don't need to trade back to get younger. We're getting younger. Adam Peters has never lied to us. Or I don't want to speak for y'all. He's never lied to me. And I told y'all, he said we getting younger and more athletic. Nick Cross is younger and athletic, and he's a ball hawk as well. Nick Cross is 24.4 years of age, guys. 24.4 years of age. So DMV native, bring him home, man. We collecting DMV natives like infinity stones. Bring them home. Bring home Chig. Bring home Nick Cross. Bring them home, man. Y'all better stop talking about my GM like y'all done lost y'all damn mind. Y'all been throwing dirt on this man, sullying this man's name the last 2 days. The nerve of some of y'all. All right. See if there's anything else going on. All right. So I got to take Nick Cross off the list now. He was one of my top free agents remaining. So let's do that. Nick Cross was my 16th best free agent available. So we'll take him off the list. So of my remaining free agents that I had after day one, the Commanders have signed number 9, 10. Let me go back up. The Commanders have signed number 9, number 10, number 12, and number 16. And number 16. So this shit is starting to come together, man. Don't you love it when a plan starts to come together? This shit is weaving together beautifully. Now you sign Brandon Ayuk. Okay. Now you sign Brandon Ayuk. So now you don't got to worry about fresh eyes. You don't got to worry about fresh eyes no more. Because they're doing something about the safety position. And what does this do? This doesn't force you to have to feel like you have to draft Caleb Downs. You can if you want to. You see what he's doing here? Do you see what he's in the kitchen whipping up? Wrist motion. Do you see what he's whipping up? You don't have to draft a safety, but you can. You don't have to draft an edge rusher, but you can. You don't have to draft a linebacker, but you can. We're going to get to a position where you don't have to draft a tight end, but you can. They won't. Okay. They love their tight ends now, but you can. You can draft a safety. I think I already said that, but I'll say it again. You don't have to, but you can. You can draft a receiver. You don't have to, because that's going to happen with Ayuk, but you can. And we know they're going to add Rachaad White. You don't have to add a running back after you sign Rachaad White, but you can. You see where this is going, right? This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Da, 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 da. This is how you do it. You put yourself in a position where you don't have to do anything. You do what you want to do. You do what you want to do. All right. The DC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The DC 173 writes, Leo, Kalavon, Chiggy. Now add in Nick Cross. I rebuke you. Adam Peter doubters looking real stupid right now. Let the adults do the jobs. AP still not done yet. Let Chef AP cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Yeah, they looking real crazy right now. All the crash outs on social media looking real crazy right now. They real quiet. Shh. Don't tell nobody. They looking real crazy right now. Patience. They were wilding out after just 3 hours of the tampering period. Unbelievable. Yesterday, he was just retooling. He was working behind the scenes and everybody freaking out. Nobody did nothing yesterday. He wasn't alone. Day one was full of fireworks everywhere around the league. So everybody had to go out and go get more. Timothy Swindell. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Timothy Swindell writes, we getting jiggy with Chiggy, man. Getting jiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting jiggy with it. C-Rob for President Tay. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy C-Rob for President TV. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I survived the Snyder era button here. We all survived. I don't even like bringing that man's name up. Y'all bring his name up way too much for me. I only bring it up when it's relevant. When y'all start crashing out about this team not signing, that's the only time I bring him up. I don't even like bringing that man's name up. F him. The DC 173. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, Nick Cross 2. AP making doubters look foolish. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Yeah, keep them coming. Derek B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Derek B. Double up. AP runs on CP time. Lou wasn't fooled this time. I already told y'all. He like me, right? He's not always there when you call, but he's always on time. He like me. I don't always show up at the time I set my stream for. I might be a minute late. I might be 3 minutes late. I might push it back 10 minutes. I ain't always there when you ready, but I'm always on time. Better late than never, right? I told y'all what was going to happen. Adam Peters was going to restore the faith this offseason. Didn't have to restore it for me. I never lost the faith. But there were many of you out there that were starting to question. This man helped us get to the NFC Championship game. Have you lost your mind? Some of y'all are wild, man. some of y'all are wild, man. Some of y'all are wild. Wilfredo Elias, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, stop disrespecting my GM. Period. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Say it again louder for those in the back, Wilfredo. No name here today. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. You always said our fan base is dealing with our own versions of not PTSD. It's different around here. PDSD. Thank you for being a calming force, and we're sorry for the AP slander. LOL. Keep the retractions coming in the apologies. I'll make sure he gets them. No problem. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Again, I try to balance out the fan base. I'll crash out every once in a while when it is necessary. And I know if I'm crashing out, then y'all are like, oh shit, this is really bad. Because Louie's usually the voice of reason. So if I'm crashing out, you know the shit is bad. I want it to be that way. Some of y'all crash out for anything, any and everything, right? I always tell y'all, sports fandom, sports in general is a microcosm of life. And for me, with my kids in particular, I always like to get to a point with my kids where, like, I do a lot of fussing when they're young. Because you got to rear them and you got to let them know what's acceptable and what's not. So I fuss a lot, probably too much. My wife balances me out that way because she doesn't fuss as much. So I always get to a point. They get to about 7, 8 years old or so. I don't fuss no more. I did all of that to set the tone for what is expected. And now I don't raise my voice as much. I don't need to, right? Because you understand the standard is the standard at this point. So when I do raise my voice, when I do show frustration, oh shit, I really done effed up. I done pissed dad off because he don't get this mad. That's how I conduct myself. So when y'all are crashing out and I'm just calm and y'all like, you should be mad too. No, I shouldn't. We don't operate in the same space. But when I do crash out, the shit is bad. This is pretty rough. That one was tough. So we all are dealing with our own PTSD. We all are. My PTSD, I've told you, the only PTSD I have left. This is it. Nothing else exists with me. This group came in and they changed everything. I trust them wholeheartedly and blindly. I don't got to see it to know that they're working. I trust these guys with my eyes closed. They've instilled that in me. They've built up enough equity with me that if they tell me something, because I told y'all, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn have not lied to me yet. Not once. So I have no reason to not take what they say to the bank. I'm going to cash that check right now. And I know this shit ain't going to bounce. The only PTSD I have left, and ain't nothing but winning going to change it, is we can't win 2 years in a row. That's the only PTSD. And they had a chance to break that shackle. Take it off my feet so I can dance. I just wanted to dance and not be stuck in the purgatory of 25 years of dysfunction. I just wanted to be free. I want to be free. Sing it, brother. I want to be free. I wanted to be free so bad. Oh, yeah. I want to be free. And we was this close at 3-2 after beating the Chargers and then having the Bears on the road. We was this close. We beat the Bears. That season is different, man. But I'm back to having that PTSD of, can we do it? Because even if we kill it this year, I'm gonna be saying the same shit the year after in 27. Can we do it again? I'm gonna have that PTSD still. It won't go away until they actually show me, no, we here to stay. We ain't going nowhere. We're good now. Ragnarok. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Can I get a refund, please? I sent before Chig. Chig is a commander. So is Nick Cross. Hell, let me refresh right now. Let me refresh in case Adam Peters is making some more shit shake. Sing it, brother. So Eric DaCosta is going to talk to reporters today at 5, the Ravens. We already know them dudes, they operate like they mob bosses over there. So they not apologizing for nothing. They going to spin this shit. They the villains now. I'm not rocking with them this year. And Lamar is my boy, and I want to see Lamar win, but I really don't like the way they did Harbaugh, to be honest with you. I don't like the way they owner was talking about Harbaugh after he left. He talking about him like he won't shit, like he overrated himself and all of that. Okay, I'm out on them. So I got nothing but disdain for the Ravens right now. They operating on some. They smelling themselves. They real cocky right now. So Chig's deal, 3 years, $27 million. It can get up to $30 million. So I actually turned out to be right, sort of, kind of. But look, I told you it was going to be anywhere between 9 and 11 million. So, and I split the difference. All right. So let's get back to the comment section. We are present. Jammed out. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jammed out writes, you think we would learn from the story of the tortoise and the hare as kids? We're not going to get where we need to be in the first 16 hours of free agency. Yeah. You know, those stories when we were kids taught us important lessons. Those fables, they called them. It's not, you know, fast, first out the gates. It's steady who wins the race, right? Steady and on pace who wins the race. The team, and I said this on day one when I was trying to talk some sense into the fan base. Those teams that come out of the gate swinging in free agency, they are going to spend the most money. It's not about spending the most money. It's about getting the most bang for your buck, getting the most for your money in free agency. You're going to have to spend in free agency. Free agency ain't free and it ain't cheap. I always tell you that. Doesn't mean you can't make the most out of the money that you spend. And with these deals, speaking to your point, Jammed out, to your point, look at these deals. Odafe Owe. Right? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I got a call coming in. I'm gonna go ahead and take it real quick. All right. I'm back. So going over this real quick. 4 years, 96. Some people think we overspent. I don't. You know, you got to pay to play. Edge rusher is one of those positions that you got to pay. This is a guy that had double-digit sacks each of the last 2 years. So I'm all for it. Thought he was the best edge rusher on the market, not named Trey Hendrickson. Caleb Von Chason, 1 year, $12 million. That's a good deal for a guy coming off the best season of his career. And the last 2 seasons have been the best 2 seasons of his career. 5 sacks, 7.5. Hopefully he continues trending upward. And this next year is 9 or 10 sacks. Chig Okonkwo, we talked about him, 3 years, $27 million for a young, athletic tight end going into the prime of his career. This is what you want. Him and Leo Chanel are the 2 deals that I smile looking at because they're what free agency are all about, right? Young guys, Chig Okonkwo, 26, Leo Chanel, 25, going into the prime of their careers, right? And you get them on very, very economically sound deals, right? 3 years, 27. 3 years, 24.75 for Leo Chanel. I don't know if you guys have seen Chiefs fans' reactions, but they love this guy. They loved him. And they were hurt when he got signed by the Commanders. They were hurting, man. That's when you know you got you a real one. Universally, across the board, they all were like, man, we knew we couldn't re-sign him. He playing better than Nick Bolton right now. But we already paid Nick, so we stuck. We paid Nick. We playing Drew Tranquil, so we can't pay Leo. We were hoping we still could, but we can't. This is what free agency is all about. Nick Cross, 2 years. He's 24 years old. He's going into the prime of his career. If he balls, if he hoops this first year, you can go back next year and extend him. And he'll still be only 27, 28 years old at the end of that contract. This is what free agency is all about. Amik Robertson, 2 for 15, solid player. You need those on your roster. Tim Settle, 3 years, 24 million, solid. I told you, our defensive tackle position is as good as it's been since we drafted the Bama Wall. This is as good as it's been. The depth, the quality, the versatility. You got an undersized guy that's supposed to be able to rush in Johnny Newton. You got a physical, like I don't understand the disrespect for Javon Kinlaw. I thought JK was outstanding last year. He at times is unmovable. We saw it early in the season. When he's motivated, when he's got hoopers around him, he's a problem. You got Deron Payne that gives you a little bit of both, can rush the quarterback just a smidge, but he can beat double teams and get to the running back. And now you got a Tim Settle who can rush the quarterback. We've seen proof and evidence of that. 2 5-sack seasons under his belt. And he can stop the run. It's a really good offseason. And we're not done. We're not done. You don't have to spend the most money. You don't have to go out here and be giving out $87 million to centers and $70 million to receivers who aren't worth it to have a good free agency period. These are good economical deals for good football players. This is how you build a roster when you're trying to build a roster. You're not supposed to build through free agency, but this is as close as you're going to get. You build through the draft. Well, we got 6 draft picks, man. We had 6 last year. There ain't so much building, and it's only so much building you can do when you keep having only 6 draft picks, which is why all of y'all in that we should trade for Brian Thomas Jr. No! We can't keep trading away picks. This shit is amazing. He's putting on a masterclass right now on how you flip some shit. We went from the oldest roster to one of the younger rosters. That quick. And we ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. See if anything else has popped. We are now 15 minutes away from the start of the new league year. Vikings are releasing defensive tackle Javon Hargrave today. So remember, those two were a package deal. Hargrave and Aaron Jones were a package deal initially. They were both getting released. They went to Jones and said, bro, we really don't want to do this, but we'll do this. Will you restructure? And he was like, hell yeah. I ain't trying to be out on these streets. Yeah, I'll restructure. But they are releasing Javon Hargrave as we get closer and closer to the start of the new league year where every team has to be cap compliant. Azeez Ojulari is signing a one-year deal with his hometown Atlanta Falcons. So the Falcons are doing what we did back in 2024. A lot of their deals have been one-year deals. One-year deal. Like a 2-year deal for Jahan Dotson. A 1-year deal here. Another 1 year. I would assume Olamide Zaccheaus is a 1-year deal. A lot of 1-year deals. Remember, they got a new general manager, a new head coach. This is what happens when you're coming in and you're turning over the roster, right? So they look a lot like what we looked like in 2024. And you're seeing that. Azeez Ojulari went to the University of Georgia. He's going back on a 1-year deal. And if he's healthy, he can actually rush the quarterback. And, you know, they probably hurting because, you know, your boy is done. He's cooked in Atlanta. Your boy out of Tennessee that they drafted in the first round last year. He's cooked. He is absolutely cooked. He is absolutely cooked. All right. Josh Gates, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Josh Gates, right. Where your retraction at? You was talking shit too, Josh. Where your retraction at? AP in the kitchen today. The food is good. You're damn right it is. You're damn right it is. I feel like chicken tonight, like chicken tonight, chicken tonight. Yeah, the food good. Good. Jeremiah Stafford, been a member for 44 months. Salute to you, who writes, we got Nick Cross, Lou. Indeed we do. Indeed we do. We got Nick Cross. Indeed we do. Hey, no more fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. No more fresh eyes, man. Y'all ain't got to worry about it now. I told you, I'll compromise. I wanted 2 new safeties, 2 new starters. I can deal with Will Harris. I'll compromise. Just give me one, man. AP, give me one. Just give me one safety. AP, give me one safety. Just one. AP, give me one safety. AP, give me one safety. Just give me one. I wanted 2. Just give me one. He said, all right, I got you. I got you, Louie T. I appreciate that. I do. Ricky D. Hustle. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Keep the retractions and the apologies coming. I will make sure Adam Peters hears them. What up, Lou? I flipped out on AP day 1. I owe him an apology. Thank you. That's all. Look, if you going to talk your shit, talk your shit. Just always be ready and prepared to offer up the 00 when it is necessary. That's all I ask. You know, if I'm wrong and I'm big wrong about something, I got to be prepared to present y'all with a 00. That's all I'm saying. Y'all were talking big cash shit. Big cash money. Y'all just got to come back and make sure that y'all make the situation right. Sorry, AP. That's music to his ears. He's been cooking the last 2 days. It's all good, man. It's all love. We all family, man. Sometimes we're not always going to agree. We're not always going to see eye to eye. But as long as we always come back together, sit down at the table, and enjoy and indulge in the meal that Adam has presented and provided for us. He's slaved in the kitchen for us. We sit down and we break bread together and we say our grace as one, and then we eat together. It's all good, man. Let him finish whipping it up in the kitchen, man. Braxton White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just signed Nick Cross. That one slipped under the radar. I was so high on the Chig Okonkwo news that Nick Cross just slipped in on us. 2 years, up to $14 million, which makes me think it's like 2 years 12, 2 years 11. But bring him home, man. Bring him home. This thing will look so much different next year. Damn, I'm excited. And we still got Rashad White to sign, Brandon Ayuk to sign. I think you still need to add some speed at receiver in addition to that. But, you know, we'll see what they decide to do. Jafari the finest. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jafari the finest writes, I remember the Dan Snyder days. We've come so far. That is true. So true. We've come a long way, yet we still have so far to go. He is in the rearview mirror. Again, I don't bring him up unless you guys bring him up or unless it's pertinent. But the stench still remains, right? There's still a bit of a stench because we still haven't won 2 years in a row. Still haven't made the playoffs 2 years in a row. Until that happens, there's still a part of me that can't let go, right? But we've come so far. Yeah. We're getting A's and B's on our report card now. We're A-B students. When this group took over, we were straight F. We're getting a new stadium in DC at the RFK site. So much has changed. We've come so far, yet we still got so far to go. But you got to love it. Progress. A wise man once told me, slow progress is better than no progress. We making slow progress every day. Can't be mad at that. Took a little step backwards last year, but it was for the best. Because if last year was successful, they would have kept down that same damn path of adding old-ass players, trying to chase after something that we weren't truly close at. They needed last year to humble them, to blow the shit up, and do what they're doing right now. Last year did not go in vain. It did not happen in vain, and that's what we like to see. The last group would have told themselves, oh, we just got injured. We'll add a couple pieces here, and we'll get healthy, and we'll be back. Bullshit. Bullshiggity. You got to love this group because they understand. They understand. Fresh Montana. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fresh Montana writes, Lou. Salute to you, Fresh. What do you think about safety Nick Cross for 2 years? Love it. Love it. And if he hoops this first year, there's a chance that, because I think basically what they're doing is they're testing out Nick to see what he's about. If Nick hoops this first year, Nick could get an extension next year. They don't have to, but if he hoops this, if Nick has 4 interceptions this year, and he forces 2 fumbles, and he's everywhere, which is very possible because he's like that, then he could easily be in line for an extension next year. So we've seen them do that with some of these safeties here, where they'll sign them to a 2-year deal, and then the next year, or they'll sign them to a 1-year deal, and then they'll give them a 2-year extension. We've seen them do that with Jeremy Reeves. We've seen them do that with they just did that with Percy Butler, right? He had 1 more year left. They gave him a 2-year extension because they love him on special teams. So I can see that happening for Nick Cross. Sign a 2-year deal, ball in the first year, and then they give him a 2-year extension after that. And he's young. So I can see it happening. Anton Hoskins. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Antoine Hoskins writes, Nick Cross. Or Nick Cross! Yeah, Nick Cross is right. All right, we're 6 minutes away from the start of the new league year as we continue to count down the new league year. So I'm going to keep my alarm in front of me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to set a little quick alarm so that I don't get to talking and let the new league year pass me by. I'm going to set it for 3:59 for this alarm to go off. And I'm going to go back to talking with y'all. So we got Nick Cross, Antoine. Brandon Hairston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Brandon Hairston writes, defense is set, Lou. We definitely go on offense with that first pick. Let AP cook. There's no definites. There's no definitive statements being made. The plan is the plan, right? They're executing the plan. And all the plan states is that you put yourself in a position where you don't need anything. You can want something, which is best player available. You do not need anything. So all of these moves don't mean we're going offense. Does not mean we're going offense with that first pick. We might ultimately go offense with that first pick. We want to go offense with that first pick. We want it to be Jeremiah Love, but he might not be there. He might not be there. So there were a few viewers yesterday that were adamant Carnell Tate's going to be the pick at 7. And that could be the case. You know, they could not do anything other than Ayuk at receiver, and then draft a receiver at 7. That could happen too. They could draft Jalen Tyson at 7. They could do anything at 7. Who knows? If you drafting a receiver at 7, I've said this already, you need to be swinging for the fences. It needs to be, if everybody's telling me Jalen Tyson is like that, then it should be him. The guy with the ridiculous upside. Yeah, he might get hurt. That's a possibility. But he also could be an all-pro receiver. It could be Justin Jefferson. He could be, Malik Neighbors. He could be one of those type dudes. That's what you should be after. So we'll see what happens. But I can't say that the pick is going to automatically be a offensive player now because we've gone all this defense in free agency. JD Sports Talk, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Hold on a second. Let me just refresh real quick. Make sure nothing else has popped. The Falcons, okay, are signing Azeez Ojulari. We already talked about that. The 49ers and tight end Jake Tonges agreed to a new deal just before the restricted free agent tender deadline. It's a 2-year contract for $8 million, including 5.5 guaranteed. I told you they weren't going to let him leave. He was a restricted free agent, and they would have been a fool to let this man leave. And I knew they would take advantage of that restricted because George Kittle is out for the foreseeable future. Tonjes played really well, and I knew they would value him. So that is not a surprise. If they didn't get it done by 4 o'clock, he would have become an unrestricted free agent. So we knew they had to act fast there, and they did. So not surprised. Their 49ers inked a 2-year deal with Jake Tonges. Dylan Parham is going to be a New York Jet, 2 years, $20 million for the former Raiders guard. So Jets continuing to try to revamp their offensive line. JD Sports Talk. All right, so we now are officially 1 minute away from the start of the new league year, and we will count this thing down here in a bit. The chat tried to get your attention on Cross. You guys are always trying to get my attention. So because I don't have my tower and I don't have, like, everything is running through my laptop now. So I don't have, like, I usually have multiple screens and I can see your comments. I can't see your comments now because every screen that I have in front of me is set to the same thing. Whereas when my tower was working, my big monitor was, one monitor, then I had my laptop, then I had my other laptop. So I had 3 different screens out. Now I only have 2 screens, but only one of them, it's synced. They're synced. So I'm seeing the same thing, right? If that makes sense. So I can't see your comments. Normally I could see your comments and I would be able to react to them. But I got to adjust until I get everything up and running the way that it should. So, oh man, I missed it. But it's now 4 o'clock. We were supposed to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Way to bring the new year in, Adam Peters. Way to bring the new year in. Happy New Year, everyone. 2026 NFL league year is upon us, and it was brought in with a bang. He brought it in David Bliggity Blow style, did Adam Peters, with a barrage of moves. Nick Cross, safety, 2 years, up to $14 million. Kaylavon Chason, 1 year, $12 million. Also added Chigakonkwo, 3 years, up to $30 million. And they also brought in, I think I'm missing one more guy. I think that's all for today. But Leo Chanel was yesterday. So Adam Peters getting busy and staying busy. I told you this was going to be a very active offseason. Expect, quote unquote, fireworks. That wasn't my word. That wasn't my phrase. But I told you he would be busy and you would be proud. You would be excited. So here we are. All right. So now we are officially in the start of the new league year. hopefully the 49ers stop bullshitting and release Brandon Ayuk now. No one's trading for him. Stop holding up the process and let's just move on, right? So let's check social media one more time. Falcons officially have released Kirk Cousins after 2 seasons. He is now officially a free agent. He is owed $10 million for the Falcons for this upcoming season. The Arizona Cardinals have officially released Kyler Murray. Murray is now a free agent. The Minnesota Vikings are considered the overwhelming favorite to sign him. This is per Adam Schefter. In the words of one source, I'd be shocked, quote, I'd be shocked if he's not a Viking, close quote. That's where he needs to go. He needs to go see the quarterback whisperer so that his career can be fulfilled and he can be the guy that he was drafted #1 overall in 2019 to be. Because right now, he's been a disappointment. I hope he understands where he is right now in his career. He's at a crossroads in his career. All right. He has not been what the #1 overall pick in the league at the quarterback position is supposed to be. But this is his chance to be Sam Darnold. This is his chance to rebuild his career like Baker Mayfield. This is his chance. Don't blow it. Go to Minnesota. See the quarterback whisperer. Gain wisdom. Become the best version of yourself. Those are the words spoken from me, your man, Louie T, to you, Kyler Murray. Don't blow this. All right? I think we are all caught up now. See if there's any other news. Got some long snapper news. I'm not going to bore you with that. We got a lot of special teams news over the course of this, over the course of these first 3 days. DMV fan 123. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DMV fan 123 writes, they were playing on Demon Peters' name. Something crazy. Yeah, they was all dancing on his top and shit. They was all dancing on his top like the shit was fun and games. Ha, 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 and shit. Right? Never switched up on him, though. Hey, stand 10 toes down, man. Right? We ain't switching. Ain't no side switching over here. Right? Ain't no side switching. People be over here jumping over on from side to side and shit like it's double dutch. Like they out there turning the rope and shit. They over here like they about to jump in. They in and out, in and out. Either you in or you out. Stay solid all the time. Never switch. I love it, DMV fan. Big Show. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Big shout out to Big Show. Gregory. Pet. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Gregory writes, our farmers being represented. I love it, T. I don't know what that was supposed to be, but getting chiggy with it. What people got to say now about AP today? Still want to fire him? Yeah. A lot of people was out here. I saw a lot of fire at AP on socials. A lot of people crashing out. People you know and love were crashing out. But patience is a virtue, man. Patience is a virtue. What y'all got to say now? Tizzy Bang. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Tizzy Bang. Anything else would be uncivilized. You damn right. The DC 173. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Triple up. Talk to my GM nice. You better talk to my GM nice. You better talk to him nice. Timothy Swindell. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, AP said, who not getting J Love? I was wrong. Thank you, Timothy, for the retraction. Jeremiah Love is absolutely on the table. Again, the question isn't whether or not he's in play here in Washington. The question is, does he even get to Washington? That is the real question. That is the real question. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. I still think he's going to be a Tennessee Titan. Gregory, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, Kirk Franklin, not Farmers. LOL, stupid phone. Okay, so let me go back and read that one now. Oh, our Kirk Franklin being represented. I love it, T. Okay, got you. Okay, I got it now. As I was like, I do not know what that is. All right, that's right. Do you want a revolution? I said, do you want a revolution? Come on. That's right. We throwing a little gospel in here too on you. Throw in a little gospel on you. Every now and again, I'll drop one of those gems on you. I told you, musically, I got range. You can get some rock from me. Only thing you ain't gonna get from me is country. I'm not a country guy. I don't dibble and dabble in that. But you can get a little bit of something, everything from me. James LaRue, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. James, I think this is a double up for you. Double up. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Writes, AP cooking like Heisenberg. Put some respect on that man's name. Tell him again, James. He cooking like what? How you living? What? How you living? What? All right. Chris and Pip, been a member for 13 months, writes, my ass low-key tearing up at work. Chill out, Chris. Chill out. No tears need to be shed over this, okay? It's just March. I said this yesterday. You don't win a damn thing in March. Never seen a team go 1-0 on the season, 2-0 in March or April. All right? No tears need to be shed. Are we back? No, we're not back. What we are is we're trying to build ourselves into a triple P. We are taking the steps to do that. No overreaction is necessary. What we got to start doing is getting used to a competent general manager. I know that's something a lot of you feel is far-fetched and you can't wrap your brain around. We got a real general manager, people. Gone are the days of us having to hope that they get this shit right. Adam Peters saw the error of his ways. What did he tell us? I learned from the Terry situation. I'm not doing that shit again. I'm going to make sure that this Laramie Tunsil deal is a priority. What did he do? Get this shit done. He said, we're going to get younger, more explosive. We got to add pass rushers. What did he do? He didn't add just one. He added 2 pass rushers. What did he do to the defense? He's transformed it. He said, Durante Jones. He said, David Blau have done tremendous jobs putting presentations together, telling me what they need. I'm going hunting. I'll be back. I'll be back. And what has he done? He's went hunting. We have a real adult in the building. I told y'all that 2 years ago in 2024 when we were screaming and hollering about Dorrance Armstrong and Frankie Louvu and Jeremy Chin and Austin Eckler and Bobby Wagner in the first 2-3 days of free agency. I said, we got a real adult in the building now, folks. So quickly how people forget when shit don't go the way they wanted to. Now you switching sides. You switching up. Yeah, I know fan is short for fanatic, and that involves a lot of emotion, but y'all can't be that fickle, man. If we gonna build this shit the right way, y'all gotta be all in. Because the shit ain't gonna be clean. And it ain't gonna be like DQ said, it ain't gonna just be this. You ain't just going straight up. There's gonna be some of this while you trying to put this shit together. But eventually, we gonna get here. I told you, we were here. With every move that's made, we go from here to slightly here, and we just keep trying to get here, right? We're just trying to keep moving the needle. Keep moving the needle. Keep moving the needle. Slowly but surely, brick by brick, keep moving the needle. That's what he's doing. No, we're not back. We haven't won any games. We haven't established ourselves as one of those teams in the division, or the conference for that matter. We really want to be one of those teams in the league. No, we're not back, but we're building towards being one of those teams. We want to be Green Bay in the playoffs every year. We want to be Philadelphia in the playoffs every year. We want to be San Francisco in the playoffs every year. We want to be one of those teams that every year you look up, you already know, you can pencil them in. Every year in each conference, 3 or 4 teams are going to be swapped out and new teams are going to be brought in. But you know what that means? 3 teams, at least 3 to 4 teams in each conference ain't going nowhere. They're going to the playoffs. I want to be one of those teams. We got the quarterback now. We should be like Buffalo in the NFC, where every year, because you got one of them elite joints, you should be in the playoffs every year. And you should have a chance to win a Super Bowl every year. Unlike Buffalo, I'm trying to get over the top, over the hump, and I'm trying to get me a chip. Well, we got to build into that. That's what Adam Peters is doing. So, no, we're not back, but we're building towards putting ourselves in a position to be highly competitive. And that's all you can ask for. Tribal Warfare. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, would you draft a center at 71? Right now, that's what it feels like. I didn't want to have to do that personally. I'd love to do something else at 71. You don't have any other picks around you. That pick 71 is in a desolate desert, right? There's no second round pick around it. There's no fourth round pick. It's just 71. Man, I would love to draft something other than a damn center, but that's what you may have to do. And if we have to, I'm okay with that. They've done enough in free agency, or will have done enough when it's all said and done, to put you in a position where if you got to draft, this is what I'm talking about though. If you take care of business in free agency, you don't have to do anything. If we don't get something in free agency and it doesn't feel like we're getting anything at center, and you know, a guy could crop up out of nowhere that we didn't expect to hit the free agent market. A team could, you know, cut a guy, release someone at center, and we could pounce. But if things stay where it is right now, where they are right now, we're probably not getting a center in free agency. And so you're probably going to have to draft a center. Because again, you could start Nick Allegretti. But if you're starting Nick Allegretti, what happens if something happens to Nick Allegretti? Where do you go from there? If Nick Allegretti is your starter, I can't imagine what the backup looks like. I don't want to imagine what the back, because I don't have a problem with Nick Allegretti starting. He can start, but you're leaving a lot to be desired if he starts. But more importantly, it ain't about Nick Allegretti starting, because I'm fine with Nick Allegretti starting if he has to. What happens if something happens to Nick Allegretti? If he's your starter, I don't want to see what the backup looks like. Then you're probably going to have to deal with some kind of thanks for making me right, Jaden type backup. And I don't want that shit. I don't want that for my quarterback. I don't want that for my quarterback. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, they were mad AP wasn't moving like Vinny. Again, and it's a lot of the younger fans, man. It's some of the older ones mixed in there too. And the older fans are just tired of losing, right? They're frustrated. But the young fans, they just don't know better. The young boys don't know better. The ones that's on social media crashing out, they don't know no better. They don't know about the Vinny days. They don't know how he used to move. If they did, if they had the wisdom that we have, they wouldn't be out here crashing out like that. So I just chalk that up to the age gap. We all family, man. They don't know better. When you know better, you do better. Right? That's what you hope. You know, that's what you hope. Timothy Swindell. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Tim writes, Durante about to have these boys rumbling. Rumble, young man, rumble. He about to have these boys out there rumbling. I love it. I love it. Tizzy Bang. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Tizzy Bang. Which one of these bum safeties we cutting? Ho. We're not cutting nobody yet. We're not going to keep 6 safeties. I don't think we did in year 1. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. The number feels like 5. So we'll see what happens. They're not cutting none of the special team demons, right? So as long as Tyler Owens continues to be a special teams demon, he's going to be here. Jeremy Reeves ain't going nowhere. And Percy Butler right now ain't going nowhere. So that's 3. So Quan, Will Harris probably ain't going nowhere. He's on a 2-year deal. Well, he's on the last year of a 2-year deal, but they really like him. And Nick Cross is here for sure. So Quan, they didn't draft him. You know what that means. Jartavis, you better make something shake this year. And I ain't talking about ass. You better make something shake. They could keep 6. They've done it before. But we talking to you, Jartavis. Shit's about to get real. Sam, I am. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Sam, I am writes, Lou, man, I appreciate you for keeping me sane. I was looking at, on God, my mind says, LOL. I'm concerned with the wide receiver. What about Tyreek Hill? Again, I think down the road, he might become a guy that is interesting. Right now, I think the focus is Ayuk and adding some speed. Tyreek Hill could be that speed down the road. Again, we'll see what they decide to do. Like, they got options. They got options. So, they got options. Off to another world. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Off to another world writes, what about Medrano? AP, the new snacking Shaq cook. Medrano, another athletic guy at linebacker. We got speed, man. Like, we're faster now. We're faster. We'll see if we can they can find a role for him this year. You know, this is why I love that Bobby was here, because he got to instill some things in those young boys. I remember seeing a mic'd up where Kane Medrano was on the sidelines talking to one of these vets about something they did on the field. And he was like, oh, you see, I saw what you did. You did this. He's taking notes. Remember, Kane didn't used to be a linebacker. He didn't even used to be a defensive player. He was an offensive player. He's still learning how to be a linebacker. So I hope he's soaking all of that information. He soaked all that information up like a sponge, because the athleticism is definitely there. And he can be a guy that you put in coverage. So hopefully we got all these pieces. Remember, Durante Jones talked about having defensive malleability, right? Having all of the flexibility, all of the guys that can be, you know, interchangeable parts. That's what we've created now with all the edge rushers, all the defensive. We can mix and match parts to fit whatever you're trying to do offensively. You trying to smack us in the mouth? All right, we can get big up front. We can get physical with you. We can put Dietrich Wise up there, along with Javon Kinlaw and Deron Payne, and we can get physical with you if that's what you're trying to do. And Dorrance Armstrong, we can get physical with you. We can set a physical edge. You want to try to get finesse on us? You want to spread us out? All right, we can put some edge rushers on the field. Kaylavon Chason, Adafi Owe, Johnny Newton. We can get small and get athletic, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So, and we got linebackers now. So I like what we're doing, man. James LaRue, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. James writes, getting chiggy with the cross like a pastor. LOL. Bar. Bar. Love it. Love it. All right. Let's check to see what's going on around the league real quick. Lions are releasing defensive lineman Josh Pascal. He was their second-round pick in 2022. All right. Let's see what else is going on. All right, nothing there. Nothing here. We already talked about Kirk Cousins being released, and same with Kyler Murray. Both are free to sign with any NFL team that they choose. So all the trades that have happened are now official. So teams are posting about that now. Browns posted about Titus Howard. Rams posted about Trent McDuffie. So everything gets to become official. The Max Crosby trade would have become official today had the Ravens not bitched up on some hoe shit. Cardinals, let's just to clarify the Kyler Murray situation. The Cardinals owe Kyler Murray $36.8 fully guaranteed this season. So the expectation is he'll sign a 1-year minimum deal. So he doesn't have to sign a deal for a bunch of money because he's already getting a bunch of money this season. If it is indeed Minnesota, he would compete with J.J. McCarthy for the starting job. That's where he should go. And if he goes to Minnesota, he's going to get the job. And I hope he doesn't look at that situation and say, you know what, I can go somewhere else. It's good that the Jets already got Geno. So I think that would have been the only other place that would have been enticing for him. Of course, the Steelers still exist with Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to go back and play for them. So I think you're going to see him go to Minnesota, which is where he should go. D Free STN. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Commanders Kings is going to be crazy tonight. Indeed it is. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a really good one. Chaos Nux. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chaos Nux writes, hope all is still well, Lou. Indeed it is. Likewise. Dude, I got to say it again. Time to talk about the Snyder inside of some of y'all. Look, man. Look, a lot of damage was done, bruh. And not everybody is where I am. I've been able to cleanse my soul of Daniel Snyder and the damage that was done to me. But not everybody is at that place yet. I got one piece of PTSD left. And I already explained to y'all what that is numerous times. Did it again today. But not everybody is where I am. And I get that. Having been a part of this shit for as long as I have, I've seen it all and I get it. So I try to be patient with those who are working through their struggles, right? Working through their issues, because the shit is real. But I always, like, Ron came in and he did it the wrong way. Ron came in here and he just asked us to put the past behind us and let us start new. No, we can't do that. You want us to put the past behind us? Make us do it. Give us a future. Give us a present to be proud of. Don't ask us to get rid of the past. We can't. This group didn't come in here and do that. They said, we know y'all been through a lot. We know. Owner came in here and said that. GM came in and said that. Head coach understood the shit. Wore a shirt and everything. They said, hey, we ain't asking y'all. We just asking that y'all give us a chance to prove to y'all that this shit is different. Which is why the mantra was, it feels different because it is different that year. Because it was different, and it has been different ever since. So it's going to take a while for some. And for some people, winning is the only thing that is going to be the cure for them. I just need to see growth. Winning will come eventually as this organization continues to grow. I'm seeing the growth. He learned from the Terry mistake last year. Growth. He learned from how he tried to skip a step with building a roster with older players on one-year deals. Growth. I just keep growing. The shit will fall into place. When you got dudes who are like that, if they continue to grow, we got Jaden Daniels, bro. If he continues to grow, we know he's like that. If he continues to grow, he's going to maximize the talent he was blessed with. If Adam Peters can, we know he's like that. I do. I can't speak for you. If he continues to grow, remember, this is his first time being a GM. You could be an assistant GM all you want, but until you are in that seat making the executive decisions, it ain't nothing like it. It's nothing like the real thing. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like being in that seat having to make decisions for yourself. You can take all of these people's input, but at the end of the day, when some shit don't work, it falls at your feet. So it's a lot of people dealing with some shit. But these guys came in and they built up equity. That first year, they changed some things. And for people to switch sides and flip and be talking all crazy out the side of their necks because they didn't do this and they didn't do that, that shit is wild to me. That shit is wild to me. I can't get with that kind of shit. but I understand. It ain't how I move, but I get it. I just try to impart some knowledge. I told you, I operate on the 3 E's. This will always be a linchpin and a foundation of what I do. The 3 E's: entertain, enlighten, educate. That's how I live. 3 E's will always be me, your man, Louie T. I should add an extra E to my name because of it, because I always operate on the 3 E's. All I can do is try to enlighten you to what's going on here. You don't have to agree, but I'm going to give you my opinion on how I see it. Jay Taberley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, love you, Lou, but please don't check my chat logs the past few days. I was crashing out. I'm not myself when I'm hungry. A lot of people are not themselves when they're hungry. I told you, y'all was starving. This man, just 4 days ago, y'all were clamoring for a Laramie Tunsil extension. This man offered up the extension on day 1 of the tampering, and y'all smacked that shit out of it. Get that shit out of here. I want a free agent. Y'all was wilding. Y'all was starving, bro. I said y'all were hungry, man. And y'all are not yourselves when you are hungry. It's okay. I forgive you, Jay Taberley. It's all right. You heard me? It's all right. Holla back. It's all good, man. I appreciate you coming forth and admitting I committed some sins, man. I committed some sins. But AP saw the error of my ways. He went out and he took me to the cross and he asked me, do you want a revolution? Woo, woo. I said, do you want a revolution? Woo, woo. Come on. You've been cleansed, Jay Taberley. It's all good now, man. Get you something to eat now. Get you some. It's plenty. It's a big spread here. Adam has prepared a lot. Have a seat. Eat. Be merry. All right. Candace, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Candace writes, the King show is going to be lit tonight, but y'all will still be late. LOL. Much love, fam. Look, I can't ever guarantee what time we're going to show up. I wish I could, but it's 4 people, man. You know, it ain't just me. It's 4 people. And so you just never know. I can only set the time and then hope that we can adhere to that time. But you're probably right. We probably will be late, but we'll still be great when we finally do show up. And that's what's important. All right. Bilbo Baggins, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. I don't know why I like saying Bilbo Baggins. Shout out to AP. Shout out to you, Lou. SOTG. Hell, shout out to me. You damn right. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Damn right. Of course, SOTG. It's SOTG wherever I be. CGM 87. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM 87 writes, faith restored in AP. Still big questions with coaches. Look, I can't speak nor vouch for the coaching staff. I like that Dan Quinn, I gave him a lot of credit this offseason for having the stones, because this shit's going to fall back on him. Like I said, if this doesn't work, he's going to have to fall on the sword. If this does work, he's going to get a ton of the credit, but also he's going to have to do it again, right? But shout out to him for going outside the box when it feels like he's at a crossroads in his head coaching career, because if this doesn't work, he's not going to get another head coaching job. He went outside the box with 2 new play callers that have never called a play in the NFL a day in their lives. But I can't tell you if this is going to work out for him or not. My trust is in Adam Peters because I believe in him as a general manager. I believe in Dan Quinn, but trust and belief are 2 different things. If I trust you, that means I'm willing to blindly go wherever you lead me. If I believe in you, that can change, right? I can believe in you today. I can not believe in you tomorrow. If I trust you, I'm willing to go to the ends of the earth for you. I trust Adam Peters wholeheartedly. I believe in Dan Quinn. So there's a difference. So I'm just going to say that I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Dan Quinn like hell. I'm rooting for him. I hope this works out because I love the risk that he took this offseason. I love it. I'm glad that faith was restored. You were one of the ones that was kind of teetering. I'm glad that you've had your faith restored. I just hope y'all grow to trust Adam Peters like I do. I just hope that we can get to a place where y'all don't question him. Y'all just let him do what he has to do, right? Timothy Swindell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, how many jerseys you getting? I need some more. I don't buy jerseys. I'm out of the jersey game. I don't buy jerseys at all. But you guys are free to indulge. Knock yourself out. I always tell y'all, do what you do. Jerseys are not my thing. Kasim, 8, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kasim writes, I need love. I need love. Word to LL Cool J. So that's all we over here trying to do, man. We just need love now. Because everybody needs love. We need love. Love is all we need to make everything complete. We just need love. That's it. We just need love. James LaRue, tell the Tennessee Titans that. James LaRue, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm pretty level-headed, so my friends back in 23 would be waiting for my crash outs towards Riverboat Ron and his 5% tint glasses. Hey, Ron took the crash outs to another level because he was so oblivious to shit that was going on. And he would just say the dumbest shit. And it just got to a point now where you just like, man, get him the hell out of here, man. I stopped watching his press conferences at the end and everything. You know, I watch all them shits. I was like, I don't even want to hear from this man. Just get him the hell out of here, bro. You know, it got bad. It was really bad. The crash outs were pretty rough. I was a part of those, but I think I had gotten to a place of peace at the end. Like, okay, this shit is over. Just get me to the finish line. I think my biggest crash outs that year were reserved for Ballhead Fred, Eric Bieniemy. I think that's where my biggest crash outs came from that year. Let's go to check out socials real quick to make sure we haven't missed anything. All right, so big news here. Bills tried to get Trey Hendrickson. They were in initially on Max Crosby. They end up landing Bradley Chubb. Bills are signing former edge rusher Bradley Chubb to a 3-year, $43.5 million deal per Adam Schefter. So, again, another guy in the division that the Bills saw up close and personal, and they said, okay, let's bring him here. You see this so often, right? Trey Hendrickson. Ravens saw him, saw a chance to get him, reneged on the deal, and went and got Trey Hendrickson, keep him in the division. You see it so often. So often. So often. So Bradley Chubb is another name that I had on my list of top 25 free agents remaining. So we're going to go ahead and take him off the list. After we continue to comb through socials to make sure nothing else has transpired. John Mechie is signing a 1-year deal with the Carolina Panthers. So he reunites with Bryce Young. They were both at Bama together. That Bradley Chubb deal can get up to $52.5 million. $29 million of it is fully guaranteed for Bradley Chubb. So nice little payday for him as he heads towards the back end of his career. Bills stay getting a aging pass rusher, trying to get him over the top. Let me see how old Chubb is. I got him right here in my notes. I think I do. He may not be in my notes because he just got released. He wasn't a part of the initial wave. So I'm going to check and see. I'm actually curious. My guess is he's either 28 turning 29 or he's 27 about to turn 28. My guess is he's 28 turning 29. That's what it feels like. Bradley Chubb. 29. He'll be 30. So I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. And he's 29 about to turn 30. But that seems to be where the Bills shop for edge rushers, right in that neighborhood. Aging guys as they try to get over the top. All right. Back to the comment section. All right, let's go ahead and update the top 25 now. So another guy off the list, Bradley Chubb, who I had as a wide receiver. Thanks to Ragnarok, I was able to fix it. Shout out to Ragnarok for letting me know. All right. So DJ915. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, DJ915. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, let's get a top 25 free agents for your next vid. Need to apply for the assistant GM role. So I'm gonna probably calibrate the list after today, see what's remaining, and give you guys what I see as the top 25 guys left. They've picked from this list, as you can see. Let's count them up as they roll across the screen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of the 25 guys have signed deals or agreed to deals. So 14 of them still exist on my list, and I'll add, more names on to get it back to 25, more likely than not, for the next video. Saeed Dara, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Saeed writes, LOL, happy to see these fans wipe their mom's spaghetti off their shirt. He said they ain't so nervous. Like we've been saying, if you spend it all on top 3, if you leave 8 holes, we spend smart, not reckless. And that's the goal, Saeed, is you're not looking to be first in free agency. The first teams to spend are usually going to spend the most and the most frivolously. Carolina jumped out there on Jalen Phillips. That's an incredible amount of money to pay for a guy who just hasn't produced at that level. The Raiders jumped out on Tyler Linderbaum. Look, maybe that's what it was going to take. I don't know. $27 million a year for a center is asinine. The highest paid center prior to him was Creed Humphrey in Kansas City. He's making like $19 million. You're telling me you had to go $8 million per year above the highest paid center to get that deal done? He ain't that damn good. He ain't that damn good. It ain't about spending money. It's about how you spend it. I can't stress that enough. Free agency ain't free and it ain't cheap. Don't spend just to spend. So many of y'all, it's the money burning a hole in your pockets. I got it. I told you my buddy said the dumbest shit to me. Well, we got it, so we spent it. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. And he don't even live his life like that. To hear him say, I guess it ain't his money, so he don't give a shit. That's crazy to me. Lang Hughes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lang Hughes writes, people talking about just overpay to get your guy. Hell no. Hell no. This is why you stick to your price point, cleaning up the secondary market, let AP cook. Those are the people, keep them as far away from me as possible. The people that just say, pay whatever. Those are the same people that were saying, just give Terry whatever he wants. No! You can't just give Terry whatever he wants. I love Terry just as much as the next man. Just as much as the next fan. You can't just give Terry what he wants. That's not how this shit works. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Why did we waste 2 years of JD on bullshit talent? So you act like Jaden Daniels came into a great situation. We were a bullshit ass franchise when he got here. That's how we got him in the first place. We won't shit when he got here. We weren't. 2024 was not supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to jump into the league and have success right away like he did. We were fortunate that that happened. Last year, again, they traded for Laramie Tunsil. They traded for Marshawn Lattimore. So they traded for Deebo Samuel. They tried. I know some of y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all hate when I say that. They tried. When you think you are close, you're not going to wipe the roster clean and start over. If you think you're close, you're going to go out and get a few veterans that you think can push you over the top. And what did they do? They went out and got Laramie Tunsil. They went out and got Deebo Samuel. They went out and got Von Miller, and they hoped that those veterans could help push them over the top. They went and got Dietrich Wise, Jonathan Jones, all these veterans that they hoped with championship pedigree. Von Miller, championship pedigree, a Super Bowl winner, multiple Super Bowl winner for Dietrich Wise and Jonathan Jones. They were hoping those guys could help push us over the top. Our roster wasn't built for that shit. We weren't ready for that. But that's what you think when you get to the NFC Championship, when you're 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. I beg to differ, Derek B. Like, when you get drafted as high as Jaden Daniels got drafted, you're lucky if you're playing competitive football your first 2 seasons. Drake May is lucky that Mike Vrabel came into his life and was able to help turn that roster over, and they were able to build that thing into what it became. Bo Nix is very fortunate that before he got there, but Denver was already building with Sean Payton. He didn't walk into the situation that Jaden walked. Nobody walked into the situation. We talked about Caleb Williams walking into the best situation we've ever seen a #1 overall pick walking into. None of them walked into the situation, the shit show that Jaden walked into. He was fortunate to have a season like he did in 2024. I beg to differ about him having bullshit talent. That's what you're going to have when you're the #2 pick. You're supposed to have bullshit talent around you. That's how you got the #2 pick to begin with. Now they're going to try to do right by Jaden. And it's never a wrong time. A wise woman told me it's never a wrong time to do the right thing. It's never a wrong time. Commander Ho, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I love our moves, but we still need center. Bigger cornerback, wide receiver, and running back. I'm praying and manifesting a healthy 2026 season for our Commanders. Man, amen. Amen to that. Hashtag HTTC at hashtag raise hail. Center, definitely a lingering concern. Again, I don't hate Nick Allegretti having to start. I don't love it, obviously, and I would like him to be the backup. That's why you signed him, to have him be the backup here. Corner, I would like them to add a corner. Again, that market has pretty much been trashed at this point. So, a Cam Taylor Britt, I would not be upset about. I know you guys wouldn't love it. I wouldn't mind a Cam Taylor Britt. Wouldn't cost you a lot, gives you some size. He doesn't have to start, but if he has to, you can do a hell of a lot worse. Somebody had mentioned Kobe Durant. I don't want another undersized corner. That's why I would love to see a guy like Cam Taylor Britt, be added, something like that, right? And then running back, they're going to add it running back. I'm not worried about running back or receiver for that matter. I'm not worried about either one of those 2 positions. Corner and center are the 2 bigger concerns for me at this point. Those are the 2 bigger concerns for me at this point. Doje, 3Ms. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, I think we moving Quan to corner with address and cross. The new DC said he don't know if he's a corner, a nickel, or a safety. Quan played quite a bit of nickel at Illinois, so we'll see. We'll see. Look, You spent a second-round pick on a guy with talent, and Quan has talent. You got to find out what he does best. You got to find out how to maximize him. Maybe he's better served playing in the slot as a nickel. Who knows? Maybe Durante will come in here and unlock him. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. We'll see. We'll see. Tony Brown. Downtown Tony Brown. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Hitman Louie T. Okay. I'm coming down off the ledge now. Come on down. Let me extend my hand to you. Let me help you down, man. AP can keep his job, LOL. Where's Ayuk? We still waiting on the 49ers to cut him loose, man. We can't do nothing until they bless us. So we at their mercy right now, man. We at their mercy. 60 Birds. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, sheesh. Respect, Louie. Y'all having a great week. I appreciate that. We look, there ain't too many places you can go but up from where we came from. So I feel like we got one of the better general managers in football, and it's only a matter of time before he's able to clearly prove that, right? But he's got to show. I told you this is a big offseason for him, and he's showing that. And we're just getting started. Still ain't done with free agency. And he's got to murder the draft. We got 6 picks. You got to hit on at least 3 of them, right? And in a typical draft, if you hit on 30% of your picks, you won. I need 50%. You got 6. You got a concentrated amount of picks. So I need quality over quantity. When you got 11 picks, hey, you allowed to miss on 6, 7 of them jokers, right? Just hit on like 4 of them and we good, right? Because you got a bunch of them. We got a concentrated amount. I don't know about y'all. You know, when you go to the store and you buy Fabuloso, you know that's concentrated, right? You actually supposed to mix that with water. I don't mix it with shit because I want maximum power. Just pour that Fabuloso in the tub and start scrubbing, right? That's what this draft is. We ain't diluting this shit with water. It ain't 11, 12 picks. Ain't no diluting. This shit is concentrated. So I need you to hit. We just getting started. We've only just begun to win. Appreciate you, birds. Dex Wayne, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dex Wayne says, if you wasn't fooling AP at the beginning, don't bring your ass over here now. Hashtagging AP, I trust. Now, we can't do that. We can't tell people they can't come back on board. I just hope people learn their lesson. That's the thing I struggle with, is mistakes are going to happen. One of my favorite phrases is mistakes were made. They're going to happen. Mistakes were made. As long as you're able to admit you made a mistake and learn, that's the most important part of life, is you learn from mistakes. You're not going to be perfect. If they learn from this mistake for future references, I'll be a happy man. If they're doomed to repeat these same mistakes, then they may be a lost cause, right? So we can't, Dex, we can't do that. We got to invite the family back over. It's a lot of food here to eat. He was in the kitchen slaving the last couple days. It's a lot. We can't eat this all by ourselves, Dex. We got to share with the congregation. We got to share with the family, man. Everybody come in, file in, have a seat. There's plenty to eat. The Bat, 962, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Show the Bat some love. Welcome with open arms. Welcome to the squad. The Bat. Joe Rockhead, been a member for 51. Oh, we here with it. 51 months. Celebrate. Who writes, the Snyder-itis is going into remission. That's okay, but I want surgery. I want surgical removal, right? I want it removed. I want it surgically removed. I don't want it to go into remission because it could come back. remission is a good phrase right now because it could easily come back. I want to get to the point where surgically it's removed and it's not coming back. I think I made up a phrase there. Surgical removement. I don't know if that's a real thing, but I like it. I like it a lot. Big Show. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Big Show writes, you told us to chill and you don't miss. I do miss. I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't. But I always tell y'all, I'm more right than I'm wrong. I'm more right than I'm wrong. Okay. So he says, we flying from Cali at least to 5 games. I love it. And if you go into the game, you know what you got to do. Remind me when that time comes so I can give you your assignment. It's going to be in a manila envelope. Top secret. You know what you got to do. Commanders, Justin Clemens. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, they doing the Uncle Ruckus. I apologize for my outburst. That shit hit me a little different now because I was late to the Boondocks game. I love that show, man. I didn't watch it when it first came out. I remember seeing it on Adult Swim and just thinking, what the hell is this shit? Never watching it, never giving it a chance. Now I can't get enough of that shit. I watch it almost every night. Where the episode that you're talking about, when he said, don't think you can't get too old, you ugly. He said, I apologize for my outburst when they went to the jail. Hey, Justin, you stupid as hell. Yeah, we getting a lot of those right now. Shut the fuck up. Don't think you can't get too ugly. I apologize for my outburst. Yeah, we getting a lot of that, man. You stupid as hell. That shit just tickled me deep right there, man. That shit is, you funny as hell. Let me see what's going on in these streets real quick before we get back to the comment section, man. Justin stupid as hell. You got me over here dying. Oh man. Justin is a damn fool. All right. Nothing there. Nothing here. So Titans are signing former Chiefs defensive end Malik Herring to a 1-year deal. Nothing major, though. Nothing major there. Let's see what Schefter has going on in his neck of the woods. Former Browns first-round pick, offensive tackle Jedrick Wills Jr. is signing a 1-year deal with Chicago. So they're looking to see if they can't revive his career in Chicago. That's not a bad move. All right, and nothing going on over here on Ian's page. All right, so we all caught up. We are all caught up. Let's get back to the comment section. Renell Winchester, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I was very anxious yesterday, feeling better today. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Feeling better. Adam Peters was working, man. Robert Mitchell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, so Lou, do you see Adam getting anyone else after the deadline today? Yeah, I still do. I mean, I'm still waiting on Rashad White. Still waiting on that. I don't know if they're going to jump the gun on the receiver position or I think he's just going to wait for IU. But I still think you can add another receiver. So wouldn't be shocked to see them do something there. Center is still something. I don't think there's anything out there, to be honest with you. I could see them, grabbing but again, a lot of the moves that I see now are those within the margin moves. Those can wait till the second wave of free agency. When you go get a journeyman offensive lineman to provide depth, you go get a cornerback that's going to provide depth on the roster. Like I could see some of those happening. Right now, I don't know if you're going to see any more really big moves other than Rachaad White at running back and Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver. I think you still need another corner. You only have 3 on your roster right now, so you got to do something there. But that might be, again, that might be Cam Taylor-Britt. It might be, and if it is, those are big names. Cam Taylor-Britt, 1-year deal, right, to come in here and see if he can't revitalize his career. If I'm Cam Taylor-Britt, I don't want to come to Washington because I might not be starting. I want to go somewhere when I'm going to have a chance to start so I can try to parlay that into an opportunity to make some big money next year. Like, they're probably going to have to go sign somebody who knows they're a backup corner, knows that they're going to provide depth because they're not going to start in Washington. So that's kind of where you are now, right? So we'll see what else happens. I think you need to add another corner. I think that might be second phase of free agency, though. I don't think it's in this phase. You still got to add a running back. I do think that's in this phase. I do think it's going to be Rachaad White. So I do expect that at some point, whether it's today, tomorrow, or Friday. I think you've got until Friday to get that done. Okay. I think you might be sniffing around center. Again, I don't think there's anything out there. But all in all, and then receiver, that could be phase 2, though, right? A Tutu Atwell could be phase 2. You don't have to do that right now. So we'll see what happens. Josh Gates, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Oh, I almost forgot. I'm sorry, AP. The nerves got me. It's all good, Josh. It's all good. It happens to the best of us. All right. Happens to the best of us. Nico C, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Nico writes, woke up to all the news after work last night. All you crash outs can relax. We young and fast now. Hashtag SOTG. That was one of the goals of the offseason, right? Get younger, get faster, more athletic. Boy, have we done that. Nick Cross, 24 years old. Leo Chanel, 25 years old. Kaylavon Chason, 26 years old. We've gotten younger. We've gotten faster. We've gotten more athletic. We've got more athletic. Nico, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, you still think it's Downs or Love at 7 now? Everybody is a suspect at 7. And that's the way that it should be. Everybody's a suspect. We can't rule anybody out. We checking all alibis. We talking to all witnesses. We taking all statements. Everybody's a suspect. Everybody's a suspect. So this is the beauty of what he's done. This is the beauty of what he's done. Antoine Hoskins, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Lou, tell the Reaper to stay away from us this year. I don't even want to say his name. Yeah, man. Last year was rough. It was rough. And I thought we had a pact, but that pact was for 2024. And so I know what happened in 2025. I spoke to him. And he told me why he did what he did. And I understood it. I get it. We made a deal with the devil and he had to recoup. And I'm okay with that. And so I think we're going to be good this year. Unless something else like that happens again, I think we'll be fine this year. But we'll see. You know, I'll talk to him as we get closer and closer to these camps, these OTAs and things of that nature. Start to have conversations. But he told me, you know, we talked why last year had to happen. And I understood. I totally got it. I totally got it. So Mr. J. Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. J. Davis writes, I'm worried about who will start at center. That's a real concern. That's a real concern. That is a real concern. You should you're allowed to have that. All right. So you know, once 4 o'clock hits, if you haven't tendered your restricted free agents, then they become free agents, right? They become unrestricted. So just so we're clear, Chris Rodriguez was not tendered by Commanders. He is an unrestricted free agent. He can sign wherever he so chooses. So I think this is a sign that they're going to roll. I already told you, I think they're going to roll with J-Mac. They love them some J-Mac. I think they're going to roll with J-Mac instead of Chris Rodriguez. That's what it feels like. Swaggy P. 940. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Swaggy P. Sips wine. I tried to tell everyone not to freak out after a few hours of free agency. Take another sip, man. Take another sip. You deserve it. I knew Chef P was going to cook. He just was getting the appetizers out of the way. That's it. I'm not a big appetizer guy. You can miss me on the appetizer. I like to go straight to my meal, right? To my entree. But I'm cool with appetizers. Now Niners stop holding Ayuk hostage. That's basically get Rachaad White signed here, get Ayuk signed here, and then you pretty much can say, all right, we've done everything that we needed to do. Now let's see what we want to do. Let's see what we want to add. Let's add some speed at receiver. Let's add another corner that gives us a little bit of size, right? Let's add some depth on the offensive line. You can start doing the things you want to do. We got all the things that we need to do out of the way. Sovereign Legacy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, Lou, been a long minute, but man, I'm happy. I'm glad. The crash outs are crazy. In AP, we trust. In AP, we trust is correct. The crash outs were amazing. I mean, the shit was amazing the last 2 days. I ain't gonna hold you. The shit was incredible to watch. I really did enjoy it. I did. I really did enjoy it. Rocky D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rocky D writes, we got Chig? Getting chiggy with it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Getting chiggy with it. Yeah, we got Chiggy. Yeah, we got Chig. 3 years, 27 mil, can get up to 30. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did that. Suave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Suave, 1988 says, my bad, AP. He appreciates it. I'll make sure the message is delivered. He appreciates that. It's him, Mega. My guy, Megs. Thank you for being a member for 45 months. Salute. Who writes, Lou, get a new CPU for your tower, bro. 150 and you good. I don't know what's wrong. I gotta, my buddy is supposed to come. He was the one that built this beautiful machine for me. He's supposed to come take a look at it for me. I don't know shit about computers. I'm not going to sit here and act like I do. He's supposed to come take a look at it. I just got to get him up here, or I got to get it to him. And then he thinks it could be something as simple as I haven't updated my drivers, because I don't know what none of this shit is. He didn't show me how to update drivers. He didn't tell me I had to update anything. He just built the shit and said, here you go. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So it could be something as simple as I didn't update my drivers. I feel like most of the shit I have in the computer is new. I feel like I shouldn't have to buy nothing. I just cleaned her out before we moved. Got all the dust out of her, cleaned her up. She looks brand spanking new. I felt like I was so happy when I was putting her together and hooking up all the wires, and then she didn't turn on. And then when she did, I finally did get her to turn on. As soon as I tried to complete a task, she cut off. So we got to troubleshoot. He got to troubleshoot, not we. He got to troubleshoot. I think it's overheating because I had issues with that before I moved, but I would just go past it, like whatever. So I think it is overheating, but maybe I do need a new CPU. You know, maybe I do, but we'll see. I can't say. But I know I do need to get it fixed so I can return back to normalcy. JP, thank you for being a member for 25 months. Who writes, Lou, good to see you as always. Likewise, JP, always great to hear from you. Love these offseason moves so far. starting to feel much better about this team. You said we were going to suck this year. That's what you said. You said it multiple times. He says, could we sign White and draft Love at 7? Absolutely, we can. That Rachaad White does not preclude you, does not stop you from drafting Jeremiah Love at 7. Okay. Just like Leo Chanel does not stop you from drafting Sonny Styles. Just like Kaylavon Chason and Adafe Owe do not stop you from drafting Ruben Bain or David Bailey or Arvell Reese, should one of those guys fall to you, and that's the guy that they're interested in. Nick Cross does not stop you from drafting Caleb Downs. All of these guys are still in play at 7. You got to love it. Maybe Ayuk and Mooney as a speedster option. I don't know about Darnell Mooney. I was really big on Darnell Mooney before he went to Atlanta. When he was leaving Chicago, I was all in on Darnell Mooney. I wasn't impressed with Darnell Mooney in Atlanta. I soured on him a little bit. That's part of the reason why they moved on from him. He was always hurt. He dropped the ball a lot. I don't know. I wouldn't hate a Darnell Mooney signing. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't love it. I soured on him a little bit in Atlanta. He was too inconsistent for me. Similar to Hollywood Brown. I was all in on Hollywood Brown when he went to Kansas City. I was like, oh shit, Mahomes about to be like it was in 2019 all over again. I soured on Hollywood Brown, man. He was really disappointing between injuries, inconsistencies, drops, lack of production. I kind of feel the same way about Hollywood Brown as I do Darnell Mooney right now. Got any grapes? Thank you for being a member for 54 months. Celebrate! Who writes, the crash out's quiet as F today. That's always how it happens. Because you know they're not going to eat crow. They're not going to retract. They just going to talk their shit. When shit don't go well, they're going to be the first ones out, the woodworks. When shit going well, they quiet like mice. Biggest need now, that's why I love y'all. That's why I rocks and F's with y'all. Because when y'all crashing out, y'all loud. When y'all wrong, y'all loud. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm the same way. When I'm right, I'm loud. I'm loud as shit when I'm wrong. But I'm also loud when I'm right. Or when I'm wrong, excuse me. Y'all know when I'm right, I'm loud as shit. But I'm loud when I'm wrong too. And I'll let y'all know when I'm wrong. And that's how it's supposed to be. Don't run and hide. Because you over here, you made a mess. You was out here fronting like your doo-doo don't stink. And now that Adam Peters showed up with poopery, you want to go run and hide like, oh, I didn't drop that deuce in the toilet and didn't flush. Yeah, you did. And your shit stink too. And we all smell it. Don't try to run. You just stop the toilet up, man. Get the plunger and get that shit taken care of. And you left a streak. Take the brush and clean that shit out too while you at it. You nasty bastard. There's a trade down. I'm not for trading down nowhere. I'm not the guy to talk to about trading back in the draft. I'm not the guy. You gotta hit somebody else up about trading back. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not interested. I want something elite. Maybe Delaney is elite. Maybe he might be the perfect corner for this system that they're running. He might be the perfect corner. If that's the case, then just draft him at 7. Where you going? Just take him. Just take him. Don't play the game. If that's the guy you want, where you going? Where you going? How you know when you trade back to 12, he's still going to be there? Where you going? Just take him. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Now, again, if Adam Peters trades back, what he is telling me is that I don't love anything here. I like all the shit that I can get where I'm trading back to. Something's going to be there that I'm cool with having. I don't love none of this shit. And that's okay too. But I find it very hard to believe. Again, I've stressed this is why I'm not interested in trading back. I find it very hard to believe that there won't be some shit that we love at 7. And I'm not, no pun intended, I'm not talking about Jeremiah Love in particular. Just talking about a player there that we absolutely can see being a potential all-pro in this league, or at least a Pro Bowler, will be there at 7. I find it hard to believe that that guy won't exist. That makes you want to trade back. So, Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Joe writes, AP turning the draft into a luxury instead of a need. That's why you can take a running back. What did I tell you a running back is in the draft? That's a luxury. That's what that is. When you drafting for need, you can't take a running back at 7. But when you are going in and you are drafting with luxury, this is what happens. So you can take anything you like. You can take whatever you like. Yeah. That's what great GMs do. Not good, great GMs do. They take a draft that was viewed as a need. We're going to need a lot. We need a lot. And he turned it into luxury. Take whatever you want at 6. And we won't be upset. If it's Delane at 6, you can take whatever you want at 7, excuse me. If it's Delane at 7, if it's Kenyon Sadiq at 7, if it's Jeremiah Love at 7, if it's Sonny Styles at 7, if it's Caleb Downs at 7, if it's Ruben Bain at 7, is anybody actually going to be super upset? Hard to be. Maybe you are. They take a receiver, Jalen Tyson. If they take Carnell Tate, one of the receivers, is anybody going to be upset? Probably not. You might not love it. Might not have been the guy you would have taken. But you can't be upset. That's the position we're in. That's the best position to be in. Peace to Craft. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I don't want a rookie center, but it's looking that way. Could absolutely be a rookie center on this offensive line. Jaden's had a rookie offensive lineman in each of his first 2 seasons. It only feels fitting that you add another one to the mix, this time at center. It's been the 3 most important positions he's dealt with a rookie too, if that in fact comes to fruition at center. He had a rookie left tackle, then he had a rookie right tackle, and it would be only fitting he have a rookie center. I don't know if they're going to do that or not. Even if they draft a rookie in the 3rd round, he may not start. It still may be Nick Allegretti's job initially, similar to the way they broke in Brandon Coleman. The veteran starts initially, and as the season wears on, maybe they get comfortable with the rookie, or they just wait till next year for the rookie to then turn into a second-year pro and be ready to start, like the Eagles did with their center, right? They put him at guard, basically, after drafting him in the 2nd round because Jason Kelce wouldn't retire. So they said, well, we got to put him at guard, right, while we wait for him, Kelce, to be done. Then eventually Kelce was done, and they were able to move him over to center. And it was a master class on how you keep your offensive line going, right? Maybe they do that, and Nick Allegretti's your center to start. So we'll see. You got options. You have options at your disposal. That's one thing I can say. You have options. So the Ravens GM, Eric DeCosta, said that after bringing in Max Crosby in, the team was unable to complete the trade process based on their assessment of the situation. He did not reference medicals. He said he must act as a steward of the organization and do what's best for the team. Basically, we bitched up. We saw an opportunity to get Trey Hendrickson. Thought he would have already been gone. He was still there. We didn't want to give up 2 first-round picks. So we did some bitch shit, and now we got to live with it. I'm rooting against the Ravens this year. I'm rooting against the Ravens this year. That was some hoe shit. You should have never engaged in the trade if you weren't willing to pay the cost. You can't pay the cost, get cold feet. The Jaguars are signing former Commanders running back Chris Rodriguez Jr. So C-Rod is officially out in Washington. I told you they did not tag him. I mean, they did not use the they did not tender him, excuse me. He was a restricted free agent. They would have had to tender him. They didn't. And C-Rod can play. C-Rod can play. That's a good landing destination. They lose Travis Etienne, and now they're going to roll with scooting tooting as their lead back, more likely than not this year. And Rodriguez is going to be backing them up. That's a nice little formidable combination, man. Good for C-Rod, man. Now, no more C-Rod being juggled between the active roster and the practice squad. He can actually be on somebody's active roster, man. So C-Rod is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. Good for him. I told you, I think they were, we couldn't bring both of them back. You got to choose one of the two. They made their decision. It's going to be J-Mac. It's going to be J-Mac. DaCosta over here lying through his teeth. Quote, nobody is more upset by this than me. I'm gutted by it. However, he said he has a responsibility to act in the team's best interest. You ain't sorry. Shut your lying ass up. You were dishonest, okay? You got cold feet. You made a purchase. You took the purchase home and you realized, man, I spent way too much money on this shit. And I don't even love this shit. And then you look and you saw a sale on the same shit you just got. Maybe it's not quite the same, but it's close enough. And it costs a lot less. And you was like, how much time I got left to take this shit back? You looked at the receipt and it said, hey, you got 2 days. And you ran to the store and you took the shit back. Don't sit here and lie to us. I'm gutted by this. You ain't gutted by this shit. You were giddy. You got your 2 first-round picks back. Stinking ass. Javon Hargrave. So remember, he just got released by the Minnesota Vikings. Guess where he went? Guess. What'd I tell y'all? Stayed in the division, makes a beeline to Green Bay for 2 years, $23 million, right? That's how this shit go, man. That's how this shit goes. So, that's the latest right now. That is the latest. Let me check on something real quick. All right, let's get back to the comment section. Let me do something real quick. I'll be right back. All right. O'Keefe. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, does Cross fill the role like Harrison in Minnesota? I don't think that is the role he'll fill. I look at him as more of a Josh Metellus in Minnesota. I think he's more of that type of safety. Could he be a free safety? Yeah, but I think he's more of a strong safety. So, we'll see about what role he fills. Could he be the brains of the operation in the back end? Maybe. I think they like Will Harris for that, though. I think Will Harris, they think, can be the brains of the operation, the guy that gets everybody lined up, the guy that can, be here, there, everywhere, that type of thing. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like Cross is more of a strong safety. So we'll see what role they have in mind for him. Renell Winchester, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Chance 49ers waiting till June 1st to release him. Slim. So they can designate him as a June 1 cut. I don't think they're going to save any money with him, though, because they recouped all of their guarantees from him. So I don't think they would save a ton of money. This is, if they were saving any money, they would have already, released him. They're going to cut him soon. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't need to be overly impatient. They're gonna cut him. Their general manager John Lynch at the combine said it'd be somewhere around the start of the new league year. So it's coming eventually. It's coming. It's coming eventually. King Day, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. King Day 48 writes, "Hey Lou, we need a cornerback with size. Lost out on TW. Yeah, Tariq Woolen, and for those of you unaware, signed a 1-year, $15 million deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. You don't have to have a cornerback with size in this defense. So they're not pressed for that. Clearly, they said that with the move of signing Amik Robertson. I would like one, though. I don't want a bunch of minions running around at corner. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said a Cam Taylor-Britt would make sense. Not going to cost you a lot. But if I'm Cam Taylor-Britt, I want to go somewhere where I'm going to have a chance to start. You're not starting in Washington. If all things go the way that they're supposed to, you're not going to start at Washington. But that would be a guy that you could target with a little bit of height on him. We'll see what they decide to do. Drew, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Drew writes, massive day for AP. Indeed, it has been. But honestly, I believe this has been a really good offseason for Adam Peters. Got the deal, the extension done with Laramie Tunzel. I thought day one was very productive. Adafe Owe tied that first day together. I think he's just done a lot of shrewd moves. Spent wisely. Didn't overpay for anybody. I just think that he's done a lot of things that you see from elite general managers. He's maneuvered this free agency period beautifully, and really the offseason beautifully, to be honest with you. So, it was a good day. It was a great day for him today, but it's been a great process, I think, overall. He's learned from his mistakes. I've seen tremendous growth from him as a general manager. Mark Hill, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mark writes, hey, Lou, we flying under the radar again. Y'all hit the like button for Lou. I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate you. If you haven't already done so, hit the like button. It doesn't cost you a thing, but it helps this channel grow exponentially. Thank you for the public service announcement, Mark. And are we flying under the radar? Maybe, it's amazing how the narrative changes with just a few signings. We went from, we're going to be ass again, top 10, top 7 in 2027 next year. All of that shit. And I'm not talking to you, Mark. This is in general. To all of a sudden, we flying under the radar. Somebody asked earlier, are we back? No, I don't think we're flying under the radar. First of all, you got Jaden Daniels. Okay. Hard to fly under the radar when your quarterback is Jaden Daniels. Okay, that's number one. I think that what we've done is we want to be competitive. That's where it starts. We want to be more than competitive. But you got to start by being competitive first. We weren't competitive last year. After the first 5-6 games of the season, we weren't competitive. So it starts there. What we've effectively done is we've made moves, and we will continue to see Adam Peters make moves to strengthen this roster, get it to a position, because unlike past years where even in the first year, a bunch of one-year deals, you're going to see some one-year deals too. Those are going to happen to fill out the roster. But remember, year one, there were like maybe 5 or 6 guys that got multi-year deals, and a number of them were 2-year deals. Austin Eckler, 2-year deal. There was one more person that signed a 2-year deal. I can't think of that person, but there were a bunch of 2-year deals. There were like 3-year deals. Frankie, Tyler Biadasz, and Dorrance Armstrong were all 3-year deals. And then there were a bunch of 1-year deals. Eckler was a 2-year deal. Ertz 1-year deal. Wagner 1-year deal. Chin 1-year deal. Like there were a bunch of those. Now we've got a bunch of multi-year deals with guys. So you're building a foundation, right? You're building a foundation. You got guys that are going to be here next year and the year after that, and you're drafting young guys that are going to be here for 4 or 5 years. And so now you can start to build a real roster. That's what's happening this year. So I don't think we're flying under the radar. I just think we're starting to build our roster the right way, and that's going to give us a chance to compete. That's all you can look for initially is can we compete? Drew, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, what about Sadiq and Okonkwo pairing? No. So if I were to tell you there was one position that was more likely than not out of the loop right now, it'd be tight end. I don't see them adding another tight end. I think they really love their tight end group now with the addition of Okonkwo, right? It was either Isaiah Likely or Okonkwo that they were going to add, and they love what they have at the tight end position. With a pass catching, Adam Peters told us he wanted to add a pass catching threat at the tight end position. And well, he didn't tell us that, but we assumed that. We heard that, and that's what he did. Because you got blockers. You got guys that you think are tough guys that'll block, that'll do special teams. So you got 4 tight ends now. 4 guys are going to make the team at the tight end position. Like you can start playing the numbers game now. You got 4 tight ends. You got 6 receivers, right? You start playing the numbers game. I don't think they're adding a 5th tight end. I don't think that a Colson Yankoff should stop you from drafting a Kenyon Sadiq, but they didn't just pay Chig to have him take a back seat to Kenyon Sadiq, and then you got to get rid of a guy that you love on special teams. That'd be overkill, right? So Kenyon Sadiq, if I had to guess, they are out on Kenyon Sadiq. I don't know if they were ever in on him, but you had to entertain the thought of him if they didn't get something in free agency. Now that you have, I think they're pretty much done at tight end. So I don't think that's going to happen. Marcus B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Man, if JD gets an average defense, we could be a scary team. That's all we're looking for. Just don't be trash on defense. Don't force this team to have to score 27 or more points every week to win. Could you imagine if they start creating turnovers and shortening the field for Jaden, giving them extra possessions? Oh, my stars. Jamal Long, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal writes, would you say adding speed at the tight end position in Chig Okonkwo could offset not gaining much speed at receiver? It could help. It could most certainly help. I still think you would want to stretch the field vertically with the receiver opposite of Terry, but having a tight end that can run, which Chig can, he's a 4-5 guy, a legit 4-5. We talking like 4-5-1, 4-5-2. Matter of fact, I'm interested. I can't remember, and my notes aren't around me from when he was in the combine, but I remember very vaguely he ran a low 4-5. I think it was like 4-5-2 or 4-5-3. But let's just find out. Let's see what he ran. 4-5-2. Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. He ran a 4-5-2 at the combine. So he is what we would call in the business a difference-making, athletically gifted speed tight end, right? He's a mover. So he definitely could help offset and mitigate not having like another guy that can run at the receiver position, but you want another receiver that can run. You really do. You really do. But he absolutely does help mitigate that for sure. Shiawa, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, feels like we're giving ourselves options at 7. Styles, Reese, Love, Tate would all be great fits, and one is bound to be there. Yeah. Of those 4, absolutely. One is absolutely going to be there. Tate would be the one that I would guarantee you would be there. I shouldn't say that because the Giants could take a receiver at 5. It feels like Tate would be the one that would be there of the ones that you mentioned. Styles could also be there. I still have a hard time envisioning someone taking a linebacker that high, but what he did at the combine is not human. So still envision safety and linebacker being positions that teams push down the board. And this being a really good linebacker draft, I believe it makes it easier for teams to stomach not taking a Sonny Styles that early. On the flip side, this is not a great running back draft class, and this was an excellent running back free agency class, but all those running backs are gone. And if you didn't get one, Jeremiah Love, Tennessee Titans, and somebody told me, you got to stop speaking that into existence. And he's right. Words are powerful. I do need to stop saying that if I don't want it to happen. I'm just trying to prepare you guys for what may be coming. But maybe I need to stop saying it, right? It's almost like I'm trying to, will it into fruition, and I'm not. I just think that's what's going to happen. I feel like the tea leaves are all being kind of laid down in front of us, and you can choose to ignore them or you can acknowledge them. But yeah, let's hope that he gets to 7. Icy Wayne, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Chris Rodriguez will not be tendered, by the way. Talked about that, and we talked about his new home in Jacksonville. So Chris Rodriguez not tendered by the team, and then ultimately went to Jacksonville and signed a deal. I'm anxious to see what it looks like. I'm going to guess it's a 2-year, $11 million deal, something like that. 2 years, $9 million for Chris Rodriguez. Good for him, whatever it looks like. Thank you for that, Icy Wayne. Renell Winchester, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Renell writes, 49ers want trade from us, else wait till June 1st. No, they're not waiting for a trade. They're not waiting from a trade from us. We're not trading them anything for Brandon Ayuk. Because if you trade for Brandon Ayuk, you have to then inherit his contract. No one's doing that. You're not trading for Brandon Ayuk. The 49ers, they either have to release him or they're going to have to pay him his base salary, which they don't want to do. So they're going to move on from him. They've already, the situation is just a funky situation because they've taken his guarantees away from him already. So there's not a lot of incentive for them to be aggressive, right? Like there's not a $10 million guaranteed at the start of the new league year that they had to, try to stop from having to pay. They've already gotten all of his guaranteed money basically back. So they're not in a rush. There's no, deadline to where they have to, but they want to rid themselves of this situation. They don't want to keep talking about it. So they're going to move on from him eventually. John Perez, my guy, JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, are the Ravens the new villains of the NFL for nixing the Crosby trade? I've already deemed them as such. I've already said that I've never had an issue with the Ravens. I know there are a lot of Commanders fans that have had issues with the Ravens over the years because of their proximity to us up I-95. That's not a rivalry for me. I have no issues with the Ravens, but I do now, at least for this year. It'll be temporary because I love Lamar Jackson. So I can't stay mad at him for too long, but they got to take this one on the chin. That was some bullshit. Even Lamar was posting, boom, like, that's bullshit. To do Max Crosby that way just because you got cold feet and another option presented itself, like, do what you say, right? I'm a big do what you say type of guy. If you say you're going to do something, do it. And you traded for him and you reneged because you got cold feet. That's bullshit. If I were a GM, I don't know if I continue to associate with them after that. Again, you can't make grandiose statements like that, JP, because look, first of all, if you're one of the other 31 teams, you don't give a shit about what the Ravens do. What the Ravens do don't affect you, right? Indirectly, this one might have affected you if you are a team like the Raiders. That directly affects them, and other teams like the Cowboys and other teams that might have been interested in trading for Crosby, it indirectly affected them because they went on about their business assuming that Max Crosby was off the table, and had this not transpired, the Cowboys may have ended up with him and they wouldn't have traded for Rashawn Gary. Everything happens for a reason. I'm glad they didn't get him, because if the Ravens didn't do what they did, maybe I shouldn't be upset at them. Because if they didn't swoop in and do what they did, Dallas would have Max Crosby because they had the best deal. So maybe I shouldn't be mad at the Ravens. I'm going back and forth now. They may have saved us from Max Crosby being a Dallas Cowboy. Who no? Hey, beef. Who want that? Who wanted Max Crosby in the division? Not I. So maybe I have to reconsider, read some literature on the subject. Maybe I need to recant my Ravens frustrations and hatred towards them in the 2026 season. I may have to walk that back a bit. They may have done us a favor. The Commandalorian, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Commandalorian writes, I said one damn signing. I was sarcastic because of the crash out day, but I was rolling at your response. You was sick and tired. Yeah, I remember that. And it was just one. You didn't say nothing else. You just said one damn signing. Like y'all excited because he signed one guy. It was just the crash out was. It had reached a crescendo by the time you sent that, though. You got to understand where I was coming from, and I have to give it proper context. By the time you put those 3 words on the screen, I was like, really? That's how you're going to approach this one signing? But seriously, all jokes aside, man, yesterday was funny because it was just one signing. The day before was crazy because, oh my God, you would have thought we did absolutely nothing. Nothing. It was amazing. I thought that was so funny when the person was like, thank you for reporting this. The Leo Chanel signing yesterday. He's like, you just single-handedly stopped the fan base from eating each other. Because, I mean, the shit was crazy. The shit was it was amazing watching this shit from afar. Because I had to take a step back. I was amazed at how everything was going down. Let me check to see what's going on in these streets, these new league year streets. The Giants have re-signed Evan Neal. So they're bringing back their former first-round pick offensive lineman. Terms of the deal are undisclosed at this time, but can't imagine it's going to be for very much. So it's a 2-year deal worth $12 million for Chris Rodriguez. I said 11, right? Initially, I was close. Good for him, man. He reunites with his college offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator at Kentucky before he was plucked from those ranks and given the job at Tampa Bay. So good for C-Rod. He's with someone that appreciates him. I don't think we ever truly appreciated him here in Washington. Some of the fans did. I was guilty as charged. I never really truly appreciated him enough. I'll admit that. But I'm glad he's going somewhere where his talents will be appreciated. And that's right around the amount of money I thought he would get, somewhere in that $4 to $6 million range a year. That's what he deserves. That's a good deal for him. 2 years, $12 million. Good for C-Rod. 6.2 of it fully guaranteed. 6.2 million fully guaranteed for him. So a little over half that deal is fully guaranteed. So again, good for him. Good for him. See if anything else has transpired. Texans are signing former Saints tight end Foster Moreau. So he's leaving the Saints after they signed Noah Fant. That probably spelled the end of the line for him in New Orleans. So now he'll go join the Texans at the tight end position. All right. So we are back live. And we pick right up with our guy, Ethan Dykes. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, he writes, AP being even more aggressive than I thought. This is right on par with what I thought he was going to be. I told you guys he was going to be aggressive. I told you guys that. So this is right on par. And he's not done. Far from it. You know, still going to sign a running back. Still going to sign a receiver, more likely than not, Brandon Ayuk. Maybe sign 2 receivers. We'll see. I think he's going to add another corner at some point. Again, may not be, you know, a name that moves the needle. Probably going to be more of a backup type of guy. But going to add another corner, I believe. I think you're going to see a bunch of movement from so Ricky Scoops is saying that there's whispers of Rachaad White and Commanders' mutual interest, but we already knew that. It's not a surprise. It's not whispers. We screaming this shit. When are we getting the Rachaad White deal in Washington already? We've been screaming that shit before free agency started. There's no whispers. Other teams are interested, which is why it was important that we know he wanted to be here. You can take your time. If there was no Jaden Daniels connection, we would have had to be on day one with him. You saw all the other veteran running backs went day one. We would have had to been a part of that if there was no Jaden Daniels here. He wants to be here with Jaden. So you don't have to fight with these other teams that may be interested, because they could be, again, this is what I talked about with Adam Peters when he was swinging and missing on day one. You can be as interested as you want, but it takes 2 to tango. And you can only control what you can control. The other party has to want you just like you want them. And if that other party has already made up his mind where he wants to go, it ain't a damn thing you can do about it. Just like I think Isaiah Likely made up his mind. He was going to the Giants. It wasn't a damn thing we could do about it unless we came at him with some stupid amount of money. And I'm not overpaying just to change your mind. I'm not doing that. Either you want to be with us and we're paying you comparable money, or you can go with your coach. That's cool. Do that. I'm not overpaying Alec Pierce so that he doesn't go back to Indy. I'm not like paying this inordinate amount of money to him to change his mind. The money's going to be comparable. Either you want to come here or you don't. Rachaad White wants to be in Washington. So we have that leverage. All we got to do is make sure the money makes sense for him. We can't lowball him because he wants to be in Washington. Because then at that point, I might have to go elsewhere if you're trying to jerk me just because of my loyalty to y'all and wanting to play with one of my good buddies, right? I might have to then go elsewhere because now you taking my kindness for weakness. But as long as you make the money make sense, he's going to be a Washington Commander. AP is doing exactly what I thought he was going to do. Don returns. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. Who writes, AP locked in today. Also, shout out to Bam as a Heat fan. That was incredible, but it also was the worst high-scoring performance I've ever seen in my life. 83 points is 83 points. That shit is incredible. We may never see anything like it the remainder of our lifetime, but the man shot 43 free throws. He shot less than 50% from the field. The man shot less than 33% from 3. It was nasty. The officials should be ashamed of themselves. Nobody should ever shoot over 30 free throws in a game, let alone 40. That's disgusting. I didn't watch the game, so I didn't see it, but that's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. When I saw the stat line, first of all, I was blown away that he scored 31 points in the first quarter. I was like, whoa. But I didn't think it would turn into what it turned into. When I saw him get busy right immediately after halftime and he had 53, I was like, shit, where's this going? Then I finally had to take a look at the stat line because I'm like, okay, this shit is out of rate. I saw he was approaching Kobe's 81. I'm like, I got to see how this is happening. He must be going crazy from deep. He must have made 11 threes. No, just 7 to 22. Or I think it was at that time, he was like 7 to 22. Like, he didn't shoot the ball well. It wasn't an efficient 83. But again, 83 is 83. Okay, I can't shit on 83, bro. It is what it is. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy writes, I like it. Can't wait to play with new toys. Pause. Yeah, that was a little crazy right there. I'm glad you threw that at the end. But no, it's going to be a lot of fun to see this thing, all of these pieces of the puzzle that they've gotten be put together and see how it all fits with the pieces that we already have in place, right? Tamarino, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, do you think the 49ers will release him today? I don't know. The hope is yes, but there's no timeline for them. You know, they don't have to do anything because, again, there's no guaranteed money attached to his departure. So they're not pressed. You know, it would have been much better if at the start of the new league year, he was due a $7 million bonus. They would have cut him already. But he doesn't have anything like that. So they can drag their feet on this thing. But they're going to release him eventually. So Malachi Malik, thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 45 months. Salute to my guy Malachi Malik, who writes, Nick Cross, Okonkwo, AP got the grill smelling right now. He got the grill smelling right. Yeah. That shit is fumigating the entire neighborhood, man. Got the whole division like, damn, what they cooking over there? An Eagles fan even came in and was like, hey, bro, you doing your thing, man. Your GM is doing this thing, bro. Big ups. The whole block smell the shit we got going on right now. Smells delicious. Smells delicious. Smells delicious. Barrett Downing, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. And my guy BD writes, that's the fireworks I'm talking about, Lou. Love it. I knew we'd get, you guys would call it sparklers. And I heard your jokes. He heard your jokes. I told you that you just got to be patient. He was going to get active. He was going to get active. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. John Perez, my guy JP, double up, thank you for doubling up. Writes, fire everybody. Nah, just kidding. Give it 6 months. Give it 6 months. You'll be dead ass. That's why we love you, JP. I wasn't one of the crash outs, but I was getting nervous. We were in on Hendrickson, but the Ravens deal is gross. Yeah, no, like I do remember you saying this, and you've been adamant that we're not going to be good this year. You don't think we're going to be good. You still feel that way, or you still want to see what everything? Because again, this if you thought we weren't going to be good, I don't know if what has been done is going to change your mind. Right? Because again, you don't win games in March and in April. So I just got a question to you. You still think we're going to be bad next year? Or has these moves, these series of moves, changed the way you view the outlook for 2026? I'm interested. Mamba Fats, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, it was me, bro, that said that. I know it was you who told me. Stop putting that in the atmosphere about Jeremiah Love. I'm going to try my best to not do that. I just feel like it's my duty to give everybody, I don't want to get people's hopes up. Because you know what's going to happen. Y'all don't deal with this shit. I have to deal with this. I'm going to get people DMing me, sending me messages. Louie T, you told us we was getting Jeremiah Love. You told us he was going to be there at 7. I can't guarantee you anything. And I just want to prepare you for what I think is to come. So I'm just trying to give you my expectation of what I think is to come. But to your point, I probably shouldn't be speaking that into existence. But it just feels like it's going to happen. It just feels like it's going to happen. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP. Thank you for the being a member of the MOBB, and thank you for the super chat rights. Did you hear Mendoza might not start day one for Vegas? Yeah, I heard that, and that's not surprising. That's not surprising. You know, that's not surprising. And there's no rush, right? There should be no rush. Like if he comes in and he wows them with his knowledge and his ability to set protections and his understanding of the offense, he might start week one. But it's okay to go into that situation with the mindset of he might not be ready. Set expectations, off the jump. If you just tell people or don't say anything, the assumption is he's going to start. And then when he doesn't, people are going to be upset, surprised. Set the expectations. Hey, he might not start. Now you know. So if he does start, that means he exceeded their expectations. If he doesn't, this is what we expected. You want to set proper expectations. That's the right way to go about it. AJ Meehan, thank you for being a member for 44 months. Salute. Who writes, I don't think this fan base understands how much we are going to love Chanel and Cross. Get ready. Adam cooked and is still cooking. P.S. Love the chick signing. Much needed. I'm telling y'all, we got good football players. I went through this list earlier in the offseason of defensive guys that I wouldn't mind having. I highlighted Nick Cross. I highlighted Leo Chanel. All of the guys we signed were highlighted. Not one guy. Amik Robertson is highlighted. Owe Adafe was at the top of my list of edge rushers. Leo Chanel was the second guy I wanted after Quay Walker. I didn't think we would get Amik Robertson but I remember saying this to you guys, but I love me some Amik Robertson. If you go back and watch that video, you're going to hear me say that because that's one of my guys. But I didn't think we would get another diminutive corner. We already got one of those. I didn't think we were going to get another one, but we did. I didn't think we were going to do anything at safety. I'm be honest with you. Didn't think we were going to do anything. I thought it was going to be fresh eyes. So I didn't think we were going to do anything, but they surprised me with Nick Cross. I was a big fan of Nick Cross, Reed Blankenship, Kobe Bryant, and Brian Cook. Those were my four guys that I wanted at the safety position. And we got one of the four. I couldn't be more pleased with this haul. And I told you about all these guys. So it's not like they came out of nowhere. I told you about all of these guys and what they bring to the table. And I even told you about Kayvon Chason. That was a guy that was on my radar. Shocked. And I told you after day one, he was the guy that I was most shocked that hadn't already agreed to a deal, which made me think that maybe he thought his market was going to be something that it wasn't. So instead of he's only 26. So instead of locking himself into a long-term deal on money that he doesn't think is fitting of where his career is going, 1 year, let me go ball again and let me hit the market and get that 3-year deal next year for some big money, right? That's what he's hoping to do here in Washington. And he's going to have every opportunity to do it in Washington because he's going to play quite a bit. So every move that has been made has been strategic. It's been for a very good football player, and the money has made sense. You can't help but love what's been done. Can't help but love it. Terry Maples, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Terry writes, my plan is working perfectly. Ayuk in one surprise. I think you hit on these dudes. I think you asked for at least 2 or 3 of these guys that they've signed. So, yeah, I told you. You gotta love when a plan comes together, man. And excuse my my creepy laugh. I gotta work on that. Used to be a lot better than it, and then that just came out. Used to be a lot better than that. Off to another world. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, resign Austin, Eckler, and Debo. That's 2 strikes. You got one more? Because the next super chatter will get a chance to steal. What's your final answer? Playmakers that don't mess up. Known defensive adjusters. Third down. I need a play champion. Just saying they know him. Yeah, I'm good on both of those dudes. I'm good. I'm over the oldie but goodies Let's go get some young boys. I can trust Jeremy McNichols just like I can trust Austin Eckler on third down if I need to throw the ball to somebody. Like, Eckler is cool, but he ain't like, he's not a massive needle mover. Love Eck, by the way, but coming off of an injury at his age, I'm good. Rachaad White can do everything that Austin Eckler can do, maybe even better at this point of his career. I'm good. Seriously, I'm good. Debo, I'm not opposed to Debo, but I don't want him back. I'm good on Debo. But I'm not opposed to him. Like, if they decided to do that, I'd be like, okay, cool. But I'd rather do Tutu Atwell, to be honest with you, than Debo Samuel. I'd rather do Tutu Atwell. Because at least I could put him back on kickoffs. Because Debo was back on kickoffs, but Debo ain't running no shit back. You know what I'm saying? With Tutu on kickoffs, if anything happens to Jalen Lane, like it did last year, remember what we had to do when Jalen Lane got hurt? Remember what we had to do? We had to put Mikey back there. Remember how that shit went? You get Tutu Atwell, he can go back there and field your punts. He can field your kickoffs. We already don't have anybody other than Luke to run the kickoffs back, so you can have him do that. And you can throw him the ball vertically. You can throw him a wide receiver screen. We still don't have nobody on the roster that we can throw a wide receiver screen to. Still don't have that guy. You can throw it to Tutu Atwell, and he can get vertical. He ain't going to be the bowling ball that Debo is, bouncing off of dudes. But if he get a seam, he gone. He gone. Chilled guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Chilled guy writes, sup, Lou? Sup, chilled guy? Well. Looks like AP's a chef again. Somebody go get his hat. Somebody go get his apron. Somebody go get the spatula. Yeah, he's in the kitchen again. What's that smell? Greatness. Read it and weep. Kofa Media, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kofa Media writes, like the stream. Lou's been live for us for 3 days. I really appreciate that. If you haven't already done so, hit the like button. Again, doesn't cost you anything, but it helps this channel grow exponentially. Can't thank you guys enough for rocking with the kid these last 3 days. It's been so much fun kicking it with y'all. And none of this is possible without you guys. So thank you. Hit the like button, and thank you, Kofa Media, for the public service announcement. Let's get to the social media streets to see if anything new has happened. Eric DaCosta says he claims he had buyer's remorse. He says, I understand it. We live in an age of skepticism and people question. I have a responsibility to the Ravens. No one is more upset about this than me. Gutted by it, actually. A regret. That's good PR spin. I mean, shit, he hired, what's your girl from Scandal? Olivia Pope. And she went in there and she worked magic, because that's, I'm gutted by it, you know. That's good PR spin there, Olivia Pope style. No one is more gutted by this than me. Okay, guy. I think the Raiders are a lot more gutted about this than you are. I think there are a lot more teams gutted. The Cowboys are a lot more gutted than you are about this. Yeah, right. You're not gutted by this. All right. And one more. Let's check. All right. Hey, go ahead. Okay. All right. So I think we're up to date and up to speed on everything that's going on. Let's get back to the comment section. Hunter Hotovit, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. We are just hit the 6 o'clock hour, so we are about to get out of here. I told you I would kick it with y'all for about 4 hours, roughly. We are just approaching 4 hours on the stream now, as I got on with you guys right around 2 o'clock. So, Hunter Hotovit, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Hunter writes, T! Up, Hunt. I'm happy. Cross and Chig. Brisker next, hopefully. I'm good on Jaquan Brisker. I really am. Jacob Martin, I'm still in on Jacob Martin. I would love to add Jacob Martin to the mix because I don't trust Drizzy Drake. So maybe all of them wouldn't make the roster. Let them compete. Let Jacob Martin and Drizzy Drake compete, right? And maybe Drizzy Drake doesn't make the roster, but he ends up on the practice squad. Like, I'm not opposed to it, but the more the merrier. Bring Jacob Martin ass back, man. He was so good last year, and he would actually get to play the role that he was meant to play, which is coming off the bench as a designated pass rush specialist. That's it. He's a DPR. All right. Designated pass rusher. That's it. Vaughn, I'm good on Vaughn. He can go to Denver. He can go to Denver. On cheap deals, after all of this now, Love and Downs are my top two for the pick. I could see that. I could see that. Because I still believe that the brains of the back end of the operation isn't here yet. I think they really do love Will Harris as the brains of the operation, as a communicator. We heard that all last year. I don't think that has changed. So he could be the guy that's getting everybody lined up, but he also got hurt last year. So I could see Caleb Downs being the new leader in the clubhouse for some of you on the defensive side. I could absolutely see that. Mark Hill, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou, what time does Commanders Kings kick off tonight? I'm afraid you're going to be nodding off like Ed tonight. Hashtag SOTG. Not me. Couldn't be. When have you ever seen me nodding off on a stream? I do this shit. It's one thing I do. I do this shit. So, my guess is 8:30. I think that's going to be the time we try to start. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. It'll be somewhere in that neighborhood, though. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Brandon writes, Lou, Chig a beast. I know. I watched Tennessee Titans football this year and last year and the year before that. And one of the few bright spots on offense that they've had is Chig Okonkwo, especially last year with a rookie quarterback that was trying to figure it out. Chig was truly his safety blanket. Who do you think is going to be in that Josh Metellus role next year? Is Luvu going to be in a Gink role? Luvu could be. I don't think he is as adept at dropping into coverage as Van Ginkel is, but I could see them, assigning him that type of role. I think Nick Cross is the Josh Metellus of this defense. I've already said that. I think that's what he is in this defense, that roamer, that guy that's around the line of scrimmage, just everywhere around the football, being a menace. I think that's what Nick Cross is going to be tasked with doing, which is why I still think that Dirty Harrison Smith role is still vacant, and maybe that is Caleb Downs. I think initially it could be Will Harris, though. So we'll see. Marcus B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Marcus B. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Schefter said 49ers might not release him right now. They may try to get a pick or wait till June. Again, they are going to they don't have to release him based off of owing him money. They've already taken away all of the guarantees. So they're in no position, like they're in a very good position to try and coax somebody into trading for him. No one's going to trade for him. Their hope is we wait out the process. A team that thought they would get a guy in the draft, or a team has an injury in OTAs or something, it gets desperate and they come calling for Brandon Ayuk, right? Also, Ayuk has leverage here. You took my guaranteed money. I'm not going to play anywhere that I don't want to go play. So you can trade me, but I can also tell that team I'm not playing for them. If you're going to play that game, Ayuk can just say, bro, let me go. If you try and trade me somewhere that I don't want to be, I'm just going to tell that team, he's already proven he's cool on not playing football if he doesn't get his way. He's already proven that. I will just not play. I'm good. So he still has leverage. The 49ers don't hold any leverage here. They're trying to like get as much as they can, extract as much as they can out of this situation. And they're pissed at Brandon Ayuk. They are pissed, right? They don't want him to get his way. If they release him, he goes straight to Washington. He got what he wanted. They don't want that. They want something out of this deal. The problem is they're not in a position to extract anything here. They tried to trade him to Pittsburgh. They tried to trade him to Cleveland. They tried to trade him to New England. And he basically nixed all of those deals. They are in no position to try to do anything. But they're going to try. They're going to try. So maybe this takes longer than we need it to. Maybe. But eventually, we can play chicken. We're in a position. We can play chicken. We'll wait it out. Because you're not getting anything from me. I'm not giving you a pick. I'm not giving you a 5th round pick. I'm not giving you a 6th round pick. I'm not giving you shit. Because this ain't like the Debo deal where, oh, he's just got 1 year left. We can, tear that deal up, which was what we did with Debo. We tore that deal up, gave him a new deal, gave him some guaranteed money on a 1 year deal. We ain't doing that with Ayuk. You tear your own deal up, set him free, and we'll give him a new deal here in Washington. So we'll see what happens with that situation, but we can wait it out. In the meantime, you may have to sign somebody. They may draft someone, but we can wait it out. We can play the long game. Birdsong, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Got Birdsong writes, Lou, is this real? Yeah. Wow. Feels so real. My mind won't let go. Yes, this is this is real. Or is this a dream come true? Feels so real. It is real. It feels real because it is real. My mind won't let go. Sean, HTTR. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, just need to get White running back, Ayuk wide receiver. White sounds like it's going to happen a lot sooner than Ayuk, which I anticipated anyway. I think White happens today, but could be tomorrow. I said we've got until Friday to get Rashad White signed. So sounds like that's going to happen today or tomorrow. Ayuk now, with people telling me that, Rennell Winchester kept saying that the 49ers might try to hold on to him till June. And then you had Marcus B basically say that Schefter's saying that they could hold on to him until June. If that is in fact the case, then we may have to play the long game on that one. One way or another, he's going to end up a Commander. We ain't giving him shit for it, though. They ain't getting a damn thing from us. But a hard F you and bubblegum. See what's out there. See if anything else has transpired. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. And nothing there. Patriots have agreed to free agent deals with tight end Julian Hill, formerly the Dolphins, and safety Mike Brown. So a couple of in between the margin moves for the Patriots as they continue to be active. All right. Shregs, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Shregs writes, who's your favorite signing personally so far? Leo Chanel is my favorite signing. I think that one and Chigakonkwo. I think those are my two favorite signings. I really love them all, to be honest with you. You're asking me to pick between my kids, but I just love the youth of a Leo Chanel and the money, like the combination of that. Same with Chig. Just think you're getting great value for really good football players. You know, I love Amik Robertson. That's a good deal for a good football player. Adafi Owe is ascending. He's an ascending player. So I just really like even Caleb Von Chason. He's not here for the long haul, potentially. You know, we may get 1 year of service out of him, and then he may parlay that into a big deal somewhere else. You know what that could do for us, though, right? If we don't re-sign him next year and he goes out and gets a 3-year, $76 million deal from someone, that could lead to a compensatory pick for us, right? So even playing that type of game, right? Getting a guy like Caleb Von Chason, and if he plays well, you might want him back. But if you don't get him back, guess what? That could lead to a compensatory pick in 2028. So you got to play the short game and the long game, right? My favorite signing is Leo Chanel, excuse me. But I think it's probably 1A, 1B with Chig Okonkwo as well. Love Adafi Owe signing. Love the Tim Settle sign. I love all of them, to be honest with you. There's not one that I scratch my head or I look at it sideways like, what were we doing there? Not one. Usually there's one in the bunch where you're like, ugh, that's nasty. There's not one. There's not one that I look at and I feel that way. But Leo Chanel I was desperate at linebacker. I'm not gonna lie. Like I like our linebackers. I don't love any of them. I like the athleticism that we have. Now we have substance at linebacker. He ties that group together. And then Chig, same thing with the tight ends. I like our tight ends. I don't love them. Now he ties that group together because we have specialized roles for everybody. Chig is your pass catcher. John Bates is your dick in the dirt, your blocker. And then Senate can be that Swiss Army knife. And then Colson Yankoff can just clean up whatever messes are left, play special teams as well. Like you got to do for every occasion. I feel the same way on defense. We got to do for every occasion. We got a different set of, guys have different set of skills for whatever you're trying to do. We can do it now, right? So that's a great question. Phil Ricards, been a member for 45 months. Salute. Who writes, thanks for all that you do, Lou. Love the mob. And we love you back, Phil, man. We really appreciate you. And I look forward to continuing to try to bring you the best content in the Commander space, man. I do my best to provide for y'all. And I love the fact that y'all continue to hold the kid down. That's all I ever ask from y'all is just keep holding me down, man. I appreciate y'all. I really, truly do. Redman Ran. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Redman Ran writes, Wasabi, Lou. What's good? He said, how do you feel if we go Carnell Tate if Jeremiah Love is gone? Terry has a $34 million cap hit next season. Time to look for Terry's successor. That's why people keep saying he's going to be gone next year. I still don't buy that. If he's playing at a high level, you eat the $34 million. That's the cost of doing business with an elite receiver if he's playing at an elite level. But if they decided to do that, I would be fine. I told you, I'm in a position of peace with what they do at 7. All I know is if you're going to do that, if you're going to draft a guy at 7 at receiver in particular, you better not be wrong. Because there's stuff that are non-receivers that I feel damn confident that's going to be really good in the league. Like Pro Bowl level, potentially all pro talent. And I'm not sure that these receivers are that. So you better be damn sure that you're not chasing after trying to replace Terry by drafting a guy that maybe doesn't warrant the 7th overall pick. Because again, I suffered for a blue chipper. I didn't suffer for a guy to be solid. I suffered for a blue chipper. So that theory is floating out there that 7 is reserved. 2 people brought up Carnell Tate at 7, and that's going to be the pick for probably that same reason that you just brought up, Redman Ran. So it's something that's being discussed. It's floating out there. I'm all in on Terry. I'm Team Terry all the way through. And so I expect him to go, and with all these additions, I expect him to go ball this year. Hoop, put up, potentially career numbers, and put all of this shit to rest. But, we'll see what happens. Daily Grinders, 89. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 54 months. Celebrate! Who writes, need the big freak Sadiq at 7. No pause. Feels so right, but it's so wrong. After Chig getting chiggy with it, getting chiggy with it. After doing that, it's hard for me to see them doubling down at tight end and getting Kenyon Sadiq at 7. If there was no Chig Okonkwo and no free agent move at tight end, then I think Kenyon Sadiq would absolutely be in the discussion. But I don't think he's in the mix anymore. But we'll see. All bets are off and everything's on the table, I guess, still. Kraken HD TV. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kraken writes, is it possible we sign Harrison Smith? I can't say that it isn't. I don't think that it is possible, though. I don't think that we sign him. He feels like a Viking through and through. Like he's still playing really well. Like I feel like the Vikings aren't gonna let him walk. And I think he feels like one of those guys that wants to finish his career in Minnesota. And if it can't be Minnesota, then he'll just retire. That's what it feels like. But I could be wrong about that. Feels like he's gonna be a Viking though. So don't think that that's gonna happen. Anyway, that was the last super or last comment. Let's just do one more sweep before I leave you. We've done this for over 4 hours. So I'll do one last sweep of socials just to make sure that we're good. Dolphins just signed former Patriots special teams ace. Of course they did. Of course they did. What I've been telling you all along, how teams get down within the division. Nothing there. And check Ian, and then we will disperse. Nothing here. All right. So all right. Anyway, I digress. All right. It's time to go. So, very eventful first day of the new league year. Happy New Year to those of you who celebrate. It's been a great day. The Commanders have been one of the stars of the first day of free agency. I think it's been a strong 3 days, 2 tampering and 1 new league year day of free agency. The first official day of free agency, we've seen quarterbacks release like Kyler Murray and Kirk Cousins officially. We've seen trades become official. The Ravens have thrown their general manager out in front of us looking for sympathy. There is none to be had. But nonetheless, Commanders, extremely busy today. Kayvon Chason, 1 year, $12 million. Nick Cross, 2 years, up to $14 million. Chig Okonkwo, 3 years, up to $30 million. And also another signing for the Commanders. I feel like I'm missing one. Chig, Kayvon, Nick Cross, and then, of course, Leo Chanel last night. So extremely active. They're not done. Chris Rodriguez is a Jacksonville Jaguar. For those of you who are Chris Rodriguez stands out there, he is a Jacksonville Jaguar. But it's been a great day. A lot of activity around the league. We saw some more names come off of my top 25 free agency list. And the Commanders was 4, I believe, of the top 16 I had. Number 9 in Kayvon Chason, number 10 in Chig Okonkwo, number 12 in Leo Chanel, and number 16 in Nick Cross. They signed all of those guys. It's a tremendous day. Bradley Chubb signed with the Bills. That was a big deal today as well. So, lot going on. Interested to chop it up with my brothers, the Kings, tonight, and sort all of this out, get their emotions going through this process, and so much more. So looking forward to that tonight. Make sure you tune into the Commanders Kings. Should be a great show. Looking forward to seeing you there. Don't meet me there, beat me there, which we know is going to happen because more likely than not, we're going to be late. I don't need to speak that into existence either. I'll see you guys a little bit later on. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. Free agency frenzy off to a fantastic start. I'll see you guys next time. Happy New Year.